Hello, hello, hello. Can I be heard? Can I? Let's see. I can. You guys, it's Sunday. It's Sunday and we have catching up to do, and you know the drill. We jump into it. We're starting off exactly where we left off. I think I went back. Ronnie, hi, how are you? How is it going? I miss you. We're just gonna pick up right where we left off, and we're just gonna keep boot scooting and boogieing right through. Playback speed 1.5. Claptions are already on. And we're just gonna get going. Am I later than I wanted to be? Of course. Woo, court. What is happening, Steve? How are we? But it's Sunday. There's only so much. I was reading a book, to be fair. I wanted to start at like 9:30, and then I'm like 40 pages left of a book, and I am deep. I am deep in it. And I woke up and I was like, oh, I could finish this. And then I looked at the time and I was like, oh, I can't. Um, and so I don't have a proper sense of time when I don't have like a clock directly in front of me, or like something like a video like moving time. So we are here. I have snacks. I have lunch ready, so I don't need to disappear to get that today. I have liquids. I am ready to go. We are ready to settle in and get some court done. Let's run the intro and we'll get moving. All right, we are back. My hair is still wet. There was no doing it. It's day 3. It's wet hair. Whatever. Let's get in.
Here today. Is there any information from anybody?
Just a quick, super quick recap of where we are. We are in the cross-examination of Maureen Hartnett, who was the forensic collector of forensic data from the SUV. She collected the taillight casing and the hair, and made notes of the scratch and the clothes and all of it.
Anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well be touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more foundation for this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, the internet went. So I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe I need to be like plugged in for like solid 30 minutes before I stream, which is never gonna happen. But once it like finally sorts itself out, just like last time and the time before, it's usually fine. So we'll just give it a second to sort itself out here. Let's see. When we get moving to the next day, let me see here. Who is up next? I don't even know. I cannot keep track. It's hard to keep track when I'm like I'm like watching ahead, but also not watching ahead at the same time. Come on, internet. Come on. All right. That was an issue. It was slightly unplugged. Weird. All right, we'll put that back on. Oh, I don't know what the dealio is. I have nothing else open. There's nothing else plugged in. Everything is the way that it's supposed to be. I go through this every single stream. I think I just need a different streaming platform, maybe. Which sucks. I really like StreamYard. I really like them. And I don't know why it's doing this. Always. Like, always. I don't know why. Like, there's no one else here. Nothing else is on. There. I don't know why. And I just don't want to play it because I have the alert, so I know it's going to be glitchy. It looks like it's getting a wee bit better. All right, let's keep moving.
Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do palms of hands produce
Morning,
skin cells?
Ray.
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hart, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are.
Let me just go back for a quick second. So she found apparent glass, little like shards of apparent glass right in here. Let me move this. Right in here, right on the bumper that allegedly survived a blizzard, allegedly survived snow, snow, going to 34, going back to One Meadows, going to Carrie's house, going to her parents' house in Dayton in a deep blizzard. We all saw the snow of when the car arrived in Dayton, and then and then also being towed back to
Yes, it means that I've
PD.
Gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, an increase
One
in risk
hair.
for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the
The
protocols.
case is BS.
Is
I
the-
can comfortably say, seeing as we're not fully caught up to this point, it's nice to meet you, Shannon, the liar you know. We haven't got there yet, but when we do, your screen name will totally slap. I personally have, some people have, but in our stream we haven't, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I can agree. And it's nice to meet you. My name's Lily, Chatty, Juror, baby channel. I have said throughout the streams, prove it to me. I'm okay if I am not sitting on a side where if she is not guilty and it's proven that I'm not sitting on a side where there's no way she could be innocent and there's no way she could be guilty. Like I'm sitting where prove it to me, you know? I try to sit in a point where the jury is sitting where prove it to me, you know? Don't let any bit of doubt in if she did it. And right now, it's not working. It's not working. I am yep, yep, I'm getting same
The
BS vibes.
quantity of the material
Prove
you
it to me.
observe and collect
And they
also
can't.
relevant, perhaps
don't
not
think
to
they
you, but
will.
other persons in the investigation.
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to
Haven't
get
done a
the
good job
type
thus far.
of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
It's
In some
insanity.
instances, yes.
And with
Insanity.
regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes,
You
apparent
talked
glass.
about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolf just to do this officially, Your Honor, thank you.
You don't get a moment.
Permission, if Mr. Wolf, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Shut. No, wait. What do we think? What do we think? Shannon, the liar, you know. Let me just pop on. Let me just, with my face. Thank you. That really does mean a lot. I really appreciate that as a little tiny baby channel. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's awesome. Awesome. But that's so cool. Thank you. Sorry, I'll get off so you can see the picture.
You have to see this one.
Is that really a
Can you now
reflection?
make a determination, having
Or a
seen
sticker?
both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker
Yes.
and therefore 1 volume of glass
Thank you.
associated with it?
No, I cannot.
Can we go back to the zoomed out version? Yes.
Wait,
Yes, we can.
you're saying this is
Yes. Let me go back. Absolutely. Okay, so let's start here. I'll hop down to normal speed as well. Yes. Let's get some digging. Let's do some digging.
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
She's like, it's already up. Okay. Here is the zoomed out version. We can see the lines. I think you guys can see my mouse. Side view, I'd say it's 2 stickers. This is very interesting. I wish I could like zoom in the zoomed out version. We can see the reflection. I don't know, it's hard to see. I know it's hard to see. I know. We can see the reflection of the, let's call them bumper grill marks for literally lack of any words. So we can see those there, the reflection. We can move the mouse down. This is the sticker that is directly on the bumper grill marks that I guess has some sort of glass somewhere near the sticker. I don't know if she strategically puts the stickers on the left side of every piece of evidence. I'm not seeing any glass like compared to the salty remnants of northeast blizzard on a bumper, which is super normal. And this here, they are claiming, Alessia is claiming, the defense is claiming, Karen Reed is claiming, is a reflection of this sticker. I think current status, 60% reflection, and let me use my words. Current status for me, 60% reflection, possibility, 40% sticker. When it comes to the rest of the photo having a reflection, I think 60% chance that could be reflected as well. We're seeing the brightest parts due to the flash with the camera be reflected all the way down to this side over here, which is catching the light as well. 40% could be a sticker. Due to the look of the angle of the sticker, could be a sticker. Am I leaning towards reflection? Yes. Do I think that Alessi in particular, and let's include the entire defense team, would call this a reflection if they were heavily leaning towards it being a sticker, its own sticker? I don't think they would bring it to court. I don't think they'd bring it in front of the jury if they believed or had another photo proving that it was its own individual sticker if it was not a reflection. You know what I'm saying? My coffee hasn't set in yet. So I think I'm leaning towards reflection. They are pretty smart. It's a reflection in my opinion. True, they are too smart for that. I fear that they would bring this up after a moment of, holy shit, that's a reflection. That could not be its own sticker. And they did as much digging as they could for all the photos that they had and came to the conclusion, maybe in photos of a similar angle from like the other side, the size has like shifted due to the reflection and the curve of the trunk door. This is quite interesting. And this did not happen in the first trial. But does she have notes saying that she put 2 stickers there? That's what I want to see. Let's continue. I'm going to hop back into 1.5. Why did I even doubt? It's fair to doubt. You are allowed to change your vibes and your feelings, right? You're allowed. That is okay. So here's the zoomed in version. That looks shaped a wee bit different. Look at the shape. In my opinion, there is a clear shape and size difference of the sticker from this photo. Could be due to the curve of the trunk to there. Also could be due to the curve of the trunk's reflection of the sticker. This is very interesting. This is going to make the jury go, holy shit, what's going on? The jury's going to go, am I confused? Do I have questions? What is real? And that just in turn creates doubt. So let's listen to what she has to say. Wow. I love how they're sitting in it too.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just one sticker and therefore one volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
You tell me, forensic scientist too. She can't say for sure either way. No.
With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture.
Okay.
I mean,
and you could zoom in. You see a reverse B in that picture?
it's a reflection. It's a reflection. Look at how it lays. It is laying in the same form. It's a reflection. Holy cow. That's crazy. Wait, that is wild. See, this is why I don't watch ahead too much, because, oh my God, it has to be a reflection. It's a reflection. wouldn't the sticker size be the same? Are her sticker sizes all the same? Because if it was a sticker, this is a completely, it's a reflection. It has to be a
That's right,
reflection,
you can get that.
right?
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
It's hard to see. She's going to say she can't see it.
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question. So
Sure. Okay. And then if I could
We've
just see the
been
other sticker,
fooled by
please.
reflections before. In this case, we have been fooled by reflections and
Yes,
swapadoos, you know, we have been fooled. Reflections and inverted videos. Yep. The curb and the flash makes it hard to tell. Reflection is most logical. I have my brain and my logic has shifted to, I'm going to say 87% reflection. That's what I have shifted to from just these moments, you know, getting a deeper, closer look.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct.
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yes.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, you know, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through,
Do you have your notes of when you wrote down each sticker and their location? And this is no hate to, this is like only a little bit, like a smidgen of hate towards Maureen. This is not like a personal attack, but where are your notes? Where are your notes? And you can ask that question for literally everyone. Where are your reports? Where are your notes? Where are your reports? Where is the stuff? Where's the stuff? Show me in your notes where you made a note of that sticker that went on the trunk door, almost directly above the sticker with the glass on the bumper. Where are the notes? Show me the notes. Do you have your notes? Can you produce your notes? Where did your notes go and why? She didn't take any pictures of the reflected sticker by itself. No, she did not. And she was not in charge of, she herself did not take the photos either. She requested the photos to be taken from the guy who does the photos, the trooper who does the photos. I still don't understand how it all stayed there with as much transporting that this car went through. Another question for how does that make sense? You know, just another tick in the column of I really, you know, a moment of wait, what do you mean? Really?
we're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore equivocation. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether
Just the
there
hairs they are.
is a
I have, and that exactly. I have more conflustration of how a hair is on the car than how a piece of glass would stay on the bumper between the ridges of the bumper grill marks. You know, that to me is a little bit more, how is a hair? And we went back to the photos and I was taking a break when we were looking at the photos of the hair. You can see the photos of the hair. There's two different photos that they showed. And one of them looked as if the hair was sort of longer and curved and the other one looked completely different. So was someone just breathing heavy on this hair and it was sort of floating and changing position? It's very interesting. Can't prove it's not a reflection. Exactly. You can't prove that it's not a reflection, so it very easily could be a reflection. So I'm going to sit here and say that the jury, in my opinion, the jury right now could be totally 50-50. There might be a glare on one of the TVs that they're looking at. They might have not brought their right glasses today. So I'm going to sit on the fence for the jury, as the jury currently, seeing that picture and having this at the end of the day. And And I fear that the jury might be completely 50-50 on this. Maybe personally 50-50, split 50-50, someone's 100%, someone's not. Reflection, not reflection. They're probably just confused at this point. They're probably just confused. And if it was me, I would be worried. I would be worried that this was brought in by the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is telling me the truth. We heard from a couple of folks from the last jury. The Commonwealth is the truth and the defense is lies. They're just trying to get us to not believe the truth. And if the Commonwealth is bringing the truth of 2 stickers, 2 pieces of glass, 2 marks from this person, and the defense is bringing lies, that could still exist within some jurors. So we have to take that into consideration as well. Yes, I'm inching closer to like a 92% reflection. How long did it take for them to plant the evidence?
The photo that is on the screen at this moment. Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustain.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Hi, Shane. How are you? Welcome to the Chatty Juror. It's nice to meet you. Annie Elise, I love, was in court last Wednesday and Thursday. She said the jury was riveted on Jackson, not at all with Brennan and Lally. And I mean, like, I 100% believe that. I just think any normal, I don't want to say normal, any functioning brain person would be, any functioning brain person would be. They're so good at it. They're so good at being in front of a crowd. They're on their legal stage. I fully believe that. Also love Annie Elise. She's great.
Is it more than a possibility?
Big fan. Yes.
You would agree
it definitely
that
is
it's
nice to hear
important
that.
to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So
Thank
with
you.
regard to
Thank you so much. I'm a baby channel. I'm not a lawyer. I really appreciate that. You guys, the love today is like, I'm getting emotional. Thank you. I appreciate it. Aw, thanks. I need more coffee.
what others
so
might do and conclude
No,
from
that
that,
just makes me more emotional.
it could be important to them, correct?
Sustain.
Let's go to these, we can go back to the, none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
Resting
So
on the
by
bumper.
not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds.
Leslie. No.
Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
I'll put I poorly timed putting the captions back on. Sorry. Oh, I hate this.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact?
Look at how close that caution tape is to the bumper. I know the angle is kind of not great to tell. And of course, when I hit pause, the bar shows up. But look at that. Look at how close that tape is. Wouldn't you want to not get close at all? Weasel, Brennan, and lollygagging Allie, it's so funny, are awful. Yeah, oh my gosh, you should have seen my last trial. We were going off
That
on
precipitation
Lally.
on the vehicle at that time.
I've never napped so good when Lally spoke.
Can you ask it differently so we need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence.
Oops.
Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
There we go.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Maybe. I love a Leslie. Oh, what was that? What was that? Oh,
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please.
no, I'm not monetized. I don't have any super
Said yes,
chats.
they
Found the source of that glass that came from YouTube. Not monetized. Still tiny baby channel. Still tiny baby channel. Hopefully soon. That would be super cool. That'd be awesome. It'd be a bit of a dream come true.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's
Oh,
happening.
this is quite interesting. This is a great video that we did not see last trial.
And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We'd have the lights on and take that down, please.
Okay, so due to fairness and of course I play it quick. Let's go back to the beginning of the video when we went, what the hell? Real fast.
Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
If you are just kind of like listening, where we're playing a video, keep an eye on the back windshield of the car as well.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory.
Oh, sorry, that was not the video.
Good video.
Oh, snow fell. Interesting. Interesting.
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please.
What the hell is happening in this town? The hell is happening in this town?
Thank you. I think they passed.
So right over here, we saw chunks of snowfall hit the police tape. Obviously, where is it going to land? On the bumper. Lollygagging lally is what I meant. My spell check is dyslexic. Okay, my tongue is also, so. I love to talk, but sometimes my words just don't.
If you could accelerate it just a little bit.
Have a good
Mr.
lesson.
Wolk, without
Teach them lots of things.
overly accelerating all that's happening.
Okay, let's So we already watched the rest of that, but you can see how it falls and
And that's good.
lands.
And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please.
Do you find it strange that McCabe and
Can you describe
Higgins
what you just saw?
went to a
Whatever the white
funeral
material was
out of
present on the desk.
town for a fallen officer the day Brian was killed, but they didn't go to his funeral? On so many levels, on so many levels, um, on so many levels, it's all actually quite disturbing to me. To do a sort of like to do like a I don't want to say like a boys trip to a funeral, but it essentially came down to it not being a big deal to them, the funeral itself, going there. Like there was going back to like trial number 1. It was like, oh yeah, we went out to a funeral, then we came back, I changed my car, and then we went drinking. Like that was like the vibe, you know? And when they were out drinking, it's, you know, it's party time. Like they're doing the little bumps and grinds, and they're hugging each other, and they're rubbing their butts on each other's dicks and shit like that. It did not feel like they were in any way, shape, or form mourning. Now that let me say that people can mourn, and appreciate the loss of someone in this, especially in that career, in completely different ways. But it felt very much like, well, we have to go vibe. And then to not show respect to John O'Keefe with so many eyeballs on you, on this case, on the funeral. It was a massive to do. There were thousands of people who went to show their respects to this man who was known not just in his own neighborhood, but throughout the entire area as a good man, not just a good cop. He was a good man. And for you to be close to that good man and not make an appearance, to not walk the line of humans who are all going, this is a loss for everyone in many different ways. And I feel it in my soul, and I've never met him. And you can't do that. It what is was meant John, like what are you doing? I figured, my brain adjusted the adjusted the name. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, you didn't make it known. You had every opportunity to be seen as someone who cared about him. You had every opportunity to be seen as someone who cared and was upset about this. It was there. It was standing there. You just didn't swing, you know? They were throwing you care balls right in the square. And it was just 3 strikes. Just strike. Welcome to, my analogies are never good, but you know what I mean. I think it's extremely strange, a lot of things, about how this happened and all the things that happened after.
On the back of the vehicle was falling off.
Just
And where was it falling onto?
feels
The ground.
weird.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th,
Feels weird.
2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29th. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
We're going to get to day 16 soon. We just need to finish up day 15, and I'm glad I did not.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage of the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
She's gonna say she's not gonna be able to answer that.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, so Ms. Artnett can see okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date, and then go from left to right for Ms. Artnett, please.
Is he asking questions that she cannot answer? Yes. Is it because he wants to catch her in like a forced lie? No. It's also to help remind the jury, like, you think a little piece of glass can sit on that bumper, just rest there through this entire
Please,
blizzard that the Commonwealth really cares about. You know, the blizzard is its own
And show which
character in
column
this
go
case.
up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay. If you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolk, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
Is this the piece of glass?
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience?
Don't know if you're going to be able to get the foundation in.
Analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, And from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustain.
He's not going to be able to get a lot of this in.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
Just picked it right up. Just
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
stuck to nothing.
Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
Just resting.
It in fact wasn't
Gently-
secured in any way
gently
on
there.
that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped.
Simply existing.
It wasn't glued. It wasn't stapled.
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever.
No, it's not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time
So
period.
within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair
Be
was
weird if you
deposited on
did.
the vehicle?
To be honest.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your Honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, Your Honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and
Yes.
draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
The sticker is very close to that hair.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair in an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle, so I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
Sorry if I ruined.
So I think it
for
looks like a C.
anyone.
I can't say, I don't, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the
Foreshadowing.
ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what
Sure.
you're talking about, and we won't give it a name,
Okay.
right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So
Yep.
if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight, or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And that
Hook at
hook
the
is
top.
orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line? It's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only
Colors.
found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit.
Oh, looks different.
Could you draw a
Interesting.
circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now. It appears to be on the right, but I can't. They're taken from different angles. Sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Is that what you
He said bet.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
He said bet. Absolutely can. 100% capable of doing that for you. So we can take a look at how the hair does not look the same. And
Maybe we zoom in if possible to each one. So would that be helpful? We zoom in side by side.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall first. That you would like. Okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right. So one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit.
is there a possibility that the piece of hair was sticking out into the air, not completely flush? The entire piece of hair was not completely flush to the car? Absolutely possibility. Absolutely possibility. That would create a different look from an angle, light hitting it compared to the black background of the car. It could look different. We could see it in a different light. But that, to me, would just say that this is so far. So now two hairs. It being not completely flush to the car gives me the vibe of, then how is it still on the car? Like how is it hanging on to the car if it's not completely flush to the car? What is keeping it to the car? How is it being attached to the car? And so now two hairs. And also, like, we're not getting the information of the color of the hair, because it looks like salt. Has it been like bombarded with salt from the road and snow? This is very, I hate this so much. I love it and I hate it, because the jury can very easily see. It's super hair. It's super hair. It's super hair. It's super hair. And I guess maybe they're at the age of having gray hairs. I have gray hairs and I'm much younger than them. It's a very small hair. I'm honestly, I know that this is this human's job to find these things like little pieces of glass and little hairs. But I want to know how quickly she saw this hair in comparative to the course that she was there, because I fear that the majority of humans, even those quite possibly trained in this job of forensic evidence collection, would just see more salt marks on the car. Was she pointed to this hair? Was it simply her own discovery? I know that the area was of interest, it being directly underneath the right taillight. I don't know. I don't know.
More head on, but that's the only difference, correct?
I know the jury's going
with
me more information.
Orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. The one camera angle appears for who's ever taking the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the questions.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's why I'm confused.
They're the same. You can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across. Like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
I went to, she did not take the photos. Evan Brent, state trooper, took the photo.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Yeah.
Again, I don't think, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
Has it ever
I've never had
happened?
firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel and sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
A couple of reasons being that she needs to be done for the day, and they need to be done. Ah, what a lovely fan. What a lovely fan.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
We'll let Brennan take all the time he needs to ask the same question over and over and over again. They used hair relaxer.
Depictions.
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told, counsel, this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same questions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not.
Don't discuss this case with anyone, jurors. I know you want to. I know you really, really want to. All right, let's get into day 16. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning,
Once again, we worked out
jurors.
something here this morning rather than having you watch us over at sidebar. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? That, please. Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk. Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross examination yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank
You
Mr.
recall
Wolk.
discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
Shards.
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't
you
certain
say
whether we had
shards?
that parlance. So my question is,
His
to your
favorite word,
knowledge,
parlance.
was there
Mhm.
any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And
Is that
could you
because-
just please
Is that
state what-
is that because some of the taillight from found at 34 Fairview just like magically like floated with snow and like didn't exist just on the ground and was also just under a couple inches of snow while there's still 18 inches of snow underneath it? Was that why it wasn't tested for DNA? Or is it just because they didn't want to? They couldn't? Is snow bleach? If everything was handled with care, right? No one ever had any ability to cross into that yard, why not try? Why not try, especially on the large pieces? Why not try? Especially on all of the large pieces, on so many of the,
what
sometimes I just
your
keep going.
definition is inclusion when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
Why?
Now turning and changing topics.
So many
You-
wolves in this case.
There was a
Oh.
T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those,
You mean the orange t-shirt and sweatshirt that are now, I don't know, a fucking art installation sealed between plastic that is folded up and there's no ability for the jury to get an actual like good actual unobstructed view at the fabric properly, because now it's just sealed between plastic plexiglass, whatever that is plexiglass glass. I don't think plexiglass is it plastic? I don't know.
2 items.
Google.
If I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150. And Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side.
Plastic. Right. I keep popping off just because I want you guys to be able to see the full image. I don't want to obscure your
Artie,
vision.
so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these 2 items, or from these 2 items collectively?
Yeah.
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just
Let me pull
confused
up
about where
the-
you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those 2 items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn the
just
air
a little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you
apologies.
could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard
let me just show you this super fast. So this is now what the orange shirt and the sweatshirt are in. You can see they have there's plexiglass. Yuri Buchanek showed us all of the clothes, and they are plexiglassed now. Lovely, right? Wonderful. And they're not smooth. They're not smoothed out. That's my biggest issue with it, is it's not smoothed out. It's not flat or completely, like, or opened. It's just squeezed in there. It's just squished in there. So the sweatshirt itself is like, when you haphazardly just like grab a shirt, everything's sort of like folded over into itself within it.
to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these 2 items of these 2 items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is a mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than?
So this hopefully doesn't come off rude. Her job is just to collect stuff. She doesn't test stuff. So I think there might be a little bit of, I don't want to say like miscommunication, but like a knowing necessity between the possibility of keeping the debris separate. But when it came down to the debris off of the shirts, she said there was like 2 or 3 pieces that she could actually pick off, right? And then the rest of the scrapings were so small, it was basically just dust, essentially. And so she put that into a wax paper and everything goes into the same thing. And I don't believe the debris was tested in any way, shape, or form. I think it was just sort of just haphazardly, well, it's dirt. He was on the ground, so it's dirt type of energy. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah. And clearly and apparently an idiot as well who doesn't know the definition of theory but likes to use the word but doesn't know how it is
And
defined.
it came
I
from
hate that
one
testimony was
or both
absolutely
items of both of these two items.
Yes, that's correct.
So the
just
debris could be from just the hoodie. It could be just
I want to say saddening. Yuri Buchanan's testimony was saddening to someone. I don't live in Massachusetts. I live near Massachusetts. It was excuse me. It was saddening to see someone who is supposed to be, a long lifer in the world of law enforcement, and you somehow have found yourself loyal to a man who was found by many folks above you to be bad. To be bad, right? To be bad at the job, to be a bad dude. It is a consensus, I would say, not speaking for everyone, but a consensus to the things that he sent in text messages and said about Karen Reed within 18 hours of having the case makes him a bad dude. And Yuri Buchanan sat there and said, he's not. He was good at his job and I am loyal to him. And that is a pure sign of brotherhood, of the cult being stronger than your own mind. And it's saddening. Right. So keep in
just
check.
from the
Exactly.
t-shirt,
You would
or it
think.
could be a combination
You
of
would
the
think.
both.
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also
And that is
correct
fair.
that
That is fair. So when the clothes left John's body, they were thrown onto the floor of an ambulance. They were thrown on his gurney. They were thrown on the floor of the hospital. Then they were collected, sopping wet, thrown on the floor. Yes, there was some butcher paper in between the floor and the clothes, but they were put on the floor on butcher paper for who knows how many days until they dried out. And then they were collected and all put and kept together. So that also could be, in my opinion, a fair reasoning to keep the debris together, because you wouldn't be able to discern what debris came from what if it was settling in the bag, or the cross contamination from the pants to the shirt to the sweatshirt to the boxer briefs. So Proctor was taught by Yuri. Exactly. One of the things that I have said constantly throughout my streams is that the corruption and this is all my opinion, that is there direct corruption? I would say a little bit, but I would say that the majority of the corruption that we see, the corrupt cops, the corrupt legal system, the corrupt pieces of evidence, and the corrupt reports, all stems from laziness. That has been like a trickle down effect. Like someone's cool with being lazy, so who's ever trained by them is cool with being lazy, and then they train someone that's cool with being lazy, and the laziness just continues to expand like exponentially. So we've seen, I'm a sergeant, I don't write reports. Okay, but you actively had your hands on the leaf blower blowing the snow. Okay, but I don't write reports. Like I'm their supervisor, they write reports, but you're the one who physically picked up the piece of evidence. Okay, but I don't write reports. But you can. Do you lose the ability to do so? Do you lose the comprehensibility of understanding that maybe a report by you would be better than a report by someone who saw you? So the laziness just like continues to expand exponentially, which results in what we see as a corruption. Do I think there is still corruption? Absolutely. Am I ACAB? Absolutely. And that does not negate that there could be a good cop, a nice person, they're good at their job, but the 3 people sitting next to them are awful, and there's no way of balancing. So until all the bad cops are out, ACAB, in my opinion. That does not have to be agreed by everyone who watches my stream, but that's just how the vibe I feel. I've had fantastic interactions with police officers, and I've had not so great interactions with police officers. But until every interaction by a police officer for everybody is handled in proper ways. They don't have to be nice. I'm not looking for an officer to be nice to everybody, but to be followed. Protocols are there for a reason, rules are there for a reason, rights are there for a reason. Until it sort of all balances out to people aren't just being murdered by cops, then incompetence leads to corruption. Useless cops. Yes, I have a feeling that this entire department, from the troopers down to Canton PD themselves, is just a trickle down effect of laziness, incompetence, unwillingness to actually give a fuck. It's just a trickle down effect, and
there is no
continues to just
description
get bigger and bigger and bigger.
of the actual debris that you found. For example, you didn't specify whether
Well, it's not in my job description. Okay, but someone could be going to jail for the rest of their life. So take 2 minutes and write a fucking report.
it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
Small debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received
I think in hindsight, she should have taken a photo of the debris before she put it in the little baggies, even if it's sitting on the wax paper that she's going to fold up and put in the bags. I would have liked to see that. But
the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published.
Is this a photo? It was
Let's keep it there for a moment,
the debris.
and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolf for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally? And then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it as an evidence bag.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolf, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolf, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolf, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off and have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So
Just turn the damn
is
lights
this
on.
the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of And if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know, Ethan,
No, I do not.
the debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I do not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence? Generally.
Generally wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Yeah. They arrived together. They existed together for days.
Do you know
I think
the
that's fair.
chain of
I think that's
custody
fair.
of Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the T-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any
No one
delivery to the
does.
lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items.
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups,
I submitted the swabs.
the drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD,
I submitted that item.
the two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the T-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes,
And by whom?
by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew about, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that what your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please.
No moments. I just put a Cheez-It in my mouth. Come on, Alessi. Sheer amount of
The questions
papers.
I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
The sheer amount of papers would give me anxiety.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
He just says no. To go back up there? What's that for? Oh.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form. Sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
So, Mr. President. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please?
Okay.
Going for a sidebar.
Firsthand, what that comprised?
Sorry.
The coloring
Sometimes I
in those
just go a little
cups. Do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I did not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the
And he's
top
getting
back
paid
of the
for
Lexus
it.
SUV.
And he's
Yes,
getting
that's correct.
When you
paid.
were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I'd spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
Hey,
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that
Signed,
hair
sealed,
be
delivered.
further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
what did you
Let
find
me
on your
ask you some
microscopic
questions about
examination?
where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear.
Him
And I
saying
take a look at video
Alisi instead of
125.
Alessi, so disrespectful. Him saying Alisi instead of Alessi is so disrespectful. You have to breathe in.
Can we stop
Yeah.
that, please?
But let me say,
Can you see that's
I prefer Brennan over Lally. And I think it's very interesting that Lally is handling expert witnesses. I think it's very interesting that Lally is handling some of the expert witnesses. But I do prefer Brennan over Lally because boy, Lally ruined my day many days.
that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask you differently.
This photo or screenshot is literally the epitome of quality from Canton PD. Like this is the epitome. Like this is the definition. Like if you looked up Canton PD quality, this is a photo that would be right next to it.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please.
Do we not have video of her actually finding the things?
Thank you.
The car was in this specific
You
location.
can take that down.
Where's the
Thank you.
video of the forensic examination of the car actually happening?
You were asked if you
Can't
had any
DVD.
information about when damage
Brennan.
occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there were ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yeah. Brennan is a defense attorney. Lally, just a prosecutor. So Brennan definitely has some defense attorney sneakiness, snake in the grass sort of energy for sure. So yeah, so I think that gives me a little more excitement. Not that like sounds super gross. Like it gives me a little more energy. Lally was just deadpan, putting the jury to sleep. It was hard. What if anything? What if anything? What if anything? What if anything? Brennan?
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. $57, 57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. No.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If
Brennan, really?
strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that could potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr.
Briefly,
Linsky?
Your Honor. If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished.
He just showed
Would
a
it be
dog
acceptable to
puncture on
move
the
along if Ms.
sleeve.
Gill- oh, you have it. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman.
But which dog?
Um,
Chloe or Cora?
147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
Okay,
Honor,
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when it was appropriate to do that.
Okay. Do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
She was just gonna let her keep talking? I'm sorry, what? I get. I'm sorry, just put a cheese in my. I guess you would want to correct the record if she misspoke or something came out wrong or something like that. I get that. But no, but
All right, so
what?
Ms. Hartnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank you.
you, though.
I get her wanting to. She is not an
Okay, Mr.
attorney.
Brennan, who is
She
your
is
next
not a
witness?
lawyer.
Next witness is Dr. Scoribello.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to correct. No. No. Ma'am, it's a little late. And now I want to know though what she wanted. Now I want to know if she wanted to correct. God, I'm so nosy.
Why don't I?
And sidebar, here we come. Come on. Scoribello, let's go.
Good morning, Doctor. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I've been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during the residency?
Chloe, now known as Cora, but we found out that there was no actual record. Oops,
Yes.
sorry, wrong button. That the dog transferred from the Alberts to, there's no physical like ownership records of like change of ownership from Alberts to someone who has the last name Riley, and then from someone with the last name Riley to the vet that was taking care of Chloe, that was like Chloe's vet, who now has ownership and lives in Vermont. Quite a situation, quite a dog situation. I think that alone gives doubt to the jury about the dog. We have not heard a single person take the stand and say Chloe, at the time, Chloe was a good dog, a loving dog, a comforting dog. We have humans who have taken the stand and said, "Oh yeah, I've known the Alberts since I was in middle school. I've never seen the dog." Do you go over to their house often? Yeah, a good couple of times a year for sure. You know, they're always having little things, and I've known the kids for forever, and we go over to the house all the time. How's the dog? Never seen it. Jen McCabe, I know nothing. Jen McCabe sat there and said, "I know nothing about my sister's dog. I know nothing about my sister's dog. I don't even live in the same city as my sister. I know everything about her dog. And I love her dog. Her dog is my niece. You know, like, hey sis, how are you? How's the dog? Tell me about the dog. Do you want me to send some more treats? Do you want me to get a toy and you know, put it on my shirt so it smells like me so I can send you it? The dog. Where's the dog? There's no mention about the dog. I have no memory or recollection that the dog even existed. Okay, so what dog? Like it's all just so confusing, and the answers are not being solidified in any way. So this jury, I don't know how they could sit there, and I know there has been some frustrations and some rumblings and some energy with the jury. So yeah, which
After your
I agree
residency,
with.
did you go right to the medical examiner's office, or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
As
Yes,
per
I am a
your
forensic
liar.
pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color.
I mean, Scorty Belly is still better than Trooper Bukaki. So still, I will take Scorty Belly. That's kind of cute, like a little nickname. Way better than Trooper Bukaki. 7 years with a family dog. They killed the dog, and John O'Keefe. Yeah, I mean, I can say that they killed the dog.
Color,
but I don't know where the
document
damn dog
any
is.
identifying features such as
Where's
scars
the
or
damn-
tattoos, height, weight, and then we also document
the dog?
any signs of disease or any signs of injury
I
on the
think
body.
there's
The second part of the autopsy
I think there's a great possibility for many possibilities. You know what I'm saying? There's a high range of possibility for many possibilities.
The autopsy is the internal examination where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen, and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the
Not the
autopsy
brain.
procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two?
I did not mean
Yes.
to pop.
Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma And when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma. Chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide. And then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can.
How was that question?
When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you
Technically, yeah.
examined John O'Keefe.
Technically, yes,
Yes,
they do always come to a conclusion because if it's not natural, accident, homicide, suicide, it is undetermined, and that is a conclusion. So technically, yes, they do always come to a conclusion, but the last conclusion option being there is no conclusion.
I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
No.
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
Yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes,
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank
So
you.
you can use your notes, doctor. Just
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names. What
is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best.
Sorry, I had a moment. Hi, Vicky, what's going on? She said just maybe like a minute ago that there were two people there from maybe let's just say the DA's office that encompasses the troopers. I have a note And I even exclamation marked it from Trooper Connor Keefe from his testimony, saying that he was the only one who attended John O'Keefe's autopsy. He was the only one, exclamation mark. There's an exclamation mark there. Exclamation mark. And Dr. Scorty Bello did the autopsy. No theory provided to the examiner. Black eyes, cut on eye, abrasion on nose, Scorty Bello. We give them facts, not input. It's different. Connor Keefe said he was the only one at the autopsy other than the human beings who were performing the autopsy. Who else was there? Welcome back, Victoria. Vicky, meet Shannon, the liar you know. We'll get to why the screen name is hilarious. We're having a pretty good day so far. Lots of interesting things, lots of questions. You just ate shit in the parking lot? What happened? Oh, I also have to tell you something, Victoria, as well.
To finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And did you very basically describe one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, or the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
Vicky,
As you
folks were
are
looking
noting
into you
injuries in your
yesterday.
autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank,
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the details you find important in your report.
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move to the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
155.
Just a warning, there will be a photo of John's arm coming up
This time I
soon.
would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's.
So please prep for that. If you
Okay.
don't want to see it, feel free
ID.
to turn
Further,
away.
this time I'd move for identification all OCME officer medical examiner photos. For identification.
Okay, she's marking evidence.
Full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Okay.
Yes, this is the diagram that we use
Diagram.
during every autopsy. As you can see,
Very
we
nice.
note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And
Yes.
if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Correct. Trooper Proctor was not there. I think there was even like a photo marked like Proctor and O'Keefe at autopsy or something.
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr.
Not
O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids, and that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, we'll just evidence and ask for instruction.
Okay.
Go to Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scorti-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scorti-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
They will we'll see the arm come on screen. I'm gonna be on it to not show anything else. The camera likes to wander. You couldn't even bother to attend. What an unprofessional loser. Case manager, lead investigator, didn't even go to the damn autopsy. Of a fellow law enforcement official. Yep.
Thank you.
And I like to emphasize, this is the standard that John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, got. This is the policing standard that John O'Keefe got. What would you get? Not a Boston PD. Not a friend of the big families. What standard would you get? And I'm going to go out on a limb and say at least 2 of the jurors are asking that question.
Ms. Gilman, can you show the jury? And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? Yes. Approach your arm.
Yes.
Another photograph, you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this down. Go picture, Your Honor.
I don't think John O'Keefe's dad believes in any of this BS.
157?
I don't know. I haven't dug
Court
deep
Commissioner, I'd like to show this to
into
the jury.
too much
P645,
anything
please.
outside of what happens inside of the courtroom. There are some things that you just can't avoid. But I could see that definitely being true. I could see it being true. I could see them having doubts. I can see the parents and the family just being so at a loss, they're at a maximum amount of loss that they just need answers. They just need someone to point at and say, they did this. If a member of the family, parent, brother, cousin, what have you, did have their doubts, I really hope that they spoke them. I really hope that they said them to the district attorney's office. I really hope they said their doubts out loud before the second trial happened. I can get through maybe the first trial. But I really hope they at least said their doubts, because going through the second trial, having your doubts about it being Karen after you've seen so much evidence, after you sat through some of the court, you've listened to the conversations, you've heard the testimony, you saw this, you saw that, you heard what the jurors were saying, and you saw interviews. It's tough. It's tough. He's never at court. He did attend a good chunk of the first trial. I feel bad for you. Keep sleeping, gaslight. I don't want to speak for them, but I know that John's brother wants Karen to go away for a long time. And you can see it in his eyes, in his soul. You can see that. You saw it all through first trial, see it through this trial.
Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here, and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Squartabello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we come down just a little bit. Let's begin with
That right there should have just waved all the red flags to the jury. No trauma on this portion of the body. No trauma. The ribs she deemed that were broken were from the resuscitation, the trying to get the heart to beat and the blood to pump, not anything else. Where was this man's body when an SUV, an oversized, they continue to say, oversized SUV, backed into him? Where's the wounds? Where's the damage? It was all the full impact was here and nothing else. Nothing. What? That should have been a massive red flag to the jury right then and there. Like, what? That was it? Okay, but what? He didn't nothing happened here? Nothing. What?
Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
we move that down a little
move
bit?
it down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second point.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side, and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand, also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Small scrape on side of right knee.
Dr. hand you a photograph. You recognize it from that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared to the examiner.
Yes.
I want to know.
158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury. And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to
This almost looks like puncture wounds.
assess those, determine whether you could conclude or
Is this not
opine on a
damaged?
cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
Okay. I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound, of the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these wounds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far, regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize this in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it fair and accurate depiction of how his knee appeared to you in the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type of bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
It's just not necessary. But,
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures or are they connected as one?
The 4th and the 5th, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Brennan, are you not listening? She
Have
literally
you, in
just
your
said that.
experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
Right.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Not
Yes.
from a vehicle. We spent a good chunk of time trying to get his heart pumping again.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area.
Performed at many different levels of
If we could enlarge the bottom
proper
right.
CPR.
Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration, that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
Did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Did you
Yes, the
miss
external
anything
examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to
Yes
explain what you
and
see to the
no.
jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance. Thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this
Just making
is
sure they
the
weren't
scrape
showing
that's
this.
associated with it.
Can you get down, please? After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed, the pictures are taken, then we proceed to the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before,
Yeah,
the
you've already
torso,
watched
the
the
body,
head, right?
as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could
Really the only thing that has stood out, I mean, she's just going through her job and all the things. Just like last trial, there were two people there. Kind of Keefe said he was the only one. But there were two, and the other person definitely was not Trooper Proctor.
could you
Which we
describe
know
for us
from
what you
watching
saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in
yeah,
any type of analysis
I
on your own about any
I don't
injury
have
to
a
Mr. O'Keefe's
specific
brain?
memory. They are not showing the family side of court as often as they did last trial, but I don't think he's been in court for, like, from my specific memory, a lot at all, especially compared to last trial, which was almost every day. So yeah. I mean, if that is like a known fact that he doesn't believe the BS out there, then I'm, I ain't fighting that, I could see that completely being absolutely truthful and factual. I just personally haven't heard that, but would not would not, you think, the majority of people that I have even just spoken to about the case are like, this is a absolute mess. Like, what do you mean they're trying to pin it on her? Type of energy. So I wholly believe that someone in the family has to think different, you know? And if it's him, I just hope he spoke up. Also, every time I hear about an autopsy, I just think of Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Jake and his affair with. I can't. Who was the doctor with the cats? She was awesome from the last trial. The doctor with the cats? Let me pop this back on.
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
Will all rise for the jury?
I'm not sure. Oh my God. That is so funny with the cats. I'm like, I'm pretty sure a lot of these doctors probably do have cats. I feel like cats are like, with the tats is so funny. John O'Keefe, John's dad really liked Karen Reed. He was the only one that was empathetic to her. And this I can totally get behind, because Karen Reed is like a daddy's girl, right? Karen Reed loves the guys. Like she's the one girl on guys' night out, right? Like she showed up at the bar and she's this at CF McCarthy, she's this big boisterous like personality, and all the guys are surrounding her. So like I definitely vibe with that. She's a daddy's girl. Every time she's like, oh, like in one of the interviews she's like, oh, you know, my dad, like her dad called the hospital or the cops and was like, she's suicidal, etc., etc. That's what got her section 12. She always talks about her dad. She's talked about her dad in almost every single interview. The way she talks about her dad is so big and so it's so impressive on her. And sometimes she'll say my dad and then my parents. Like she singularly speaks on her dad, and then she'll like expand it to my parents, and not so much my mom. There was not, and I noticed that very early on when she started speaking her interviews. And yeah, which she would always look back, and whenever she's looking back, she's like usually most of the time talking to her dad. And Karen Reed's father, who is right here, sits directly behind her and is like eyeballs on my daughter. It's definitely daddy's girl, which I love to see. I mean, I love seeing parents and children, you know, when the children grow and, you know, they age up and they still have great relationships with their parents. I just love seeing that. I think that's really fantastic. So I could see John O'Keefe's dad being like an extension of a father to her and sharing that sort of same daddy's girl energy for sure. She gives big daddy's girl energy. Her dad is, yes. Oh yeah. Her dad's there. Her dad is never going away. He's one of those dads. It's like nothing could take me away from you type of Massachusetts energy, which we love to see. I love to see. I think is really great. As I grow older, my relationship with my like stepfather is like really expanding, and I'm loving it so much. It brings so much joy to me. So, are we gonna get going again?
161.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
Yes.
Right, introduce
Something happened where the captions are much lighter now, and I don't know why. I don't know why. They're like lighter than they were. That's
Introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you.
Exhibit 161.
In your experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved
you
in a
were
toxicology
speaking?
test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In the toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor.
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm.
I am so sorry for your loss. That is that it's extremely difficult. I truly am sorry for your loss. And I lost my best friend in January, so who was probably like, if not the one of the biggest supporters in my life. So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not fun. It's not, you don't want to do it. Your body, like the comprehension and like just the feelings that you feel when you lose someone like that to you, it's incomprehensible. And truly, I'm so sorry for you.
Confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this
Extremely
particular case,
difficult.
the lab
I hope you
tested
have
the heart blood, which
people
showed that
around
it had an
you,
ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also
for love and
tested the
support.
vitreous, which is the
And-
fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that,
I know my channel is very small, but you have us as well. We are welcome to my channel, where a lot of my personal friends who are also mega empaths, we exist here. So if you ever need to chat,
in that
feel free to
specimen, the
chat
ethanol
away.
was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And the
You
worst
mentioned
part about like losing someone like that, and this is all my opinion, I speak for no one else but me, is like I don't know if anyone else, but I would sometimes like go through and my brain would just kind of get too dark, and it's like, how would I grieve if I lost this person or this person? Like, how would I react? And it is so far from like the actual truth of like the grieving that I have done and continually doing. So it's like the shock. It's yeah. The permanence is what gets me.
Two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The hypothermia didn't kill him,
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
80.1 is so cool.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Aggie, that is such a great name. We love that. We love that. Yes, Vicky, I don't think has watched forward enough to understand the fantastic joke and also relation to an actual law tuber. The liar you know is so funny, which I'm sure some people might even call, I don't know his real name, the lawyer you know, on like Twitter, like as you know, because he's I don't not like the lawyer you know. I like the lawyer you know. I think I've learned a lot from watching the lawyer you know. Uh but I can see why people would be turned off by him. Um he's very blunt, and I love that because I don't like to be blunt because my brain is so far from blunt. My some things I can be very blunt about. I don't want to like always sit in like a definitive yes or no or this side or that side. Shannon Burgess is a liar. One of the biggest. I am so excited. I cannot wait to watch Shannon Burgess. We might even do some skipping ahead, to be honest, just to get to Shannon. I'm so excited to watch Shannon Burgess with y'all. Oh my god, the screams I screamed, the screams I screamed. Yeah, Vicky will learn. But yes, we all know a liar, and their name is Shannon with one N, Burgess. And I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm a betting woman. I put money on that Shannon Burgess ain't got a job right now. The screams she scrumped. Aggie is a great name. We love that. We love that.
There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blood impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
Yeah, approach your
Peter, yes, that is his name. Blunt and smart. Blunt and smart. And the bluntness can be a turn off to some people, and I'm just like, tell me how it is.
You recognize that
Because
document?
I can't sometimes. I can't just see how it is. I need to like.
This is the
contextualize
final or
everything.
amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
All right, move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
162.
After on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank God. Does that mean? Sorry. I'm sorry. This is a hard witness. I have a harder time with like expert witnesses talking about like the physicalities of the death, sometimes more than the friends and the loved ones speaking on the death. When it comes to kids, it's a totally different story. But this can be like tough for me because like it sort of connects like my brain to my body and things that has happened to their bodies. And when I say theirs, like the decedents, the victims of cases that we watch, in a completely different way than emotions. So these types of witnesses can be quite difficult to me. I don't necessarily have an issue with like a gore thing. It's not like a gore thing. It's just like I also have those same bones. I have the blood in the same places. I have, the the brain and the heart and the organs. So Luna Victoria was a name I wanted for my daughter, but I only had boys. Oh, Luna's a great name. Luna Victoria is a great name. You
May I,
guys,
Your
what's
Honor?
for lunch?
We have
Oh,
not had the pleasure of
Chipotle?
meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
Thank you.
With regard to
Lily has
cause
the
of
blood.
death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death?
Hold on, Alessi, with all of your words. Do you like Chipotle? I have a Jersey Mike sub from like 2 days ago for lunch and Cheez-Its. So yeah. Or like, is it, I mean, I feel like you're in a place where there's probably so much better Mexican than Chipotle, right, Vicky? Jersey Mike slaps.
Investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners,
Fair.
that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do,
Fair.
right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration. Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors, which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talk about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talk about accident, you talk about suicide, you talk about homicide, and then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined.
Right. Good job,
is
Alessi, because you know what Brennan did? He just sped right over that part. And he's like, okay, in the manner, great. Okay, and moving on. He just let it just be the dust behind him as he sped away in his little getaway car of truths, which are actual not truths, because it definitely was a reflection. You know, like Brennan just scurried right past. He's like, okay, and you know, what's the cause? Okay, what's the manner? Undetermined. Great, see you later, bye. Like that was Brennan. Alessi, let it linger. Good, let it linger for the jury. Undetermined. The Commonwealth cannot even sit here and say it was or was not a homicide due to the medical examiner's determination outcome of the autopsy, which is undetermined, right? So like they can say, okay, yeah, they can say it's a homicide, the car, but the medical examiner cannot come to a final conclusion from the autopsy on the manner.
A term that is used and that you use.
Really tough.
And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with this, conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So Is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is
Okay, I have to skedaddle for just a couple minutes, but I will be right back. I'm listening. I take this with me. I'm listening, but I'll just be back in just a couple of minutes.
the domain
I
of
just scrolled ahead to check. I think I should be back before they go on the sidebar. With plenty of time. Okay,
district attorney and law
I'm
enforcement,
here.
correct?
Correct.
I'm here.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it, therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that. Yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the witness.
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You can take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could, please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognized the setting, correct?
Yes,
And if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts in Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you were at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who they are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police. But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there has to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. And I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came to, for the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
Fingers
And
crossed.
you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
California?
She didn't physically come to the office.
Sorry, my fingers aren't working right now. I went out to California once and I cried the day I had to get back on the plane to come back to New York, where I live in New York. I cried. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave. I was there for like a theater conference and I'm like, I love this so much. I spent every single night at Hamburger Mary's. I was like, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. I'm crying to my sister, like, don't want to leave. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. And she's like, it's okay. We'll sell everything we own. We'll live on the street until we can afford an apartment. It's okay. I'm like, no, I have to go back. I have to go back, but I don't want to. I love California. I loved it. Well, I loved it when I was there. I don't know if I would like it now after I've grown a wee bit, but I loved it. I loved California.
The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed,
Coast to coast.
having seen that there were injuries,
I love the internet.
saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic
That was a
pathologist,
very
correct?
Yes.
That means
prideful
she's
smile.
achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I love it.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Stonebridge is a peer. Stonebridge is a peer. Stonebridge is a friend, clearly. Someone that has a lot of respect from Dr. Scoribello. And you can just see it in her face as she is listening to the questions that she can't answer, and answering the questions she can. I like to recognize the human when it happens. You know, jokes happen, silliness happens, human happens when you are testifying, when you are trying a case. Even Alessi stumbles over his words. You know, humanness happens, and I think a good amount of humanness that happens keeps the jury sort of humbled. And I don't mean that they get a sort of big egos or anything, but it kind of grounds them during the trial. Like, oh yes, we're humans. Right. Okay, we're people. He's a person, I'm a person. We just have different educations. We just have different jobs. We just have different careers. We had different aspirations in life. And I'm here to make a judgment, and he's here to try this case, and he's here to defend her. And Lally exists. I'm sorry. I have to say it. How are your suit pants sagging? How were your suit pants sagging? The entire first trial, Lally stands up and he's riding his suit pants low. Like he's riding his suit pants. His suit pants be sagging, and it drives me crazy. It drove me crazy the first trial, and I don't think I said anything. And it drives me crazy every time I see him. I try not to say mean things about people's appearances. I like to acknowledge like nice things, like Miss Little,
Thank you.
stunner.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, have you are you aware of an attorney named, or excuse me, a doctor named Zeke Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Aggie, that's like
Do
a
you
really
know
fucked
whether
up
there
tongue
are
twister.
other alternative
Bias
reasons
Bev is giving me
how
brain
his body
damage.
could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there is no
Mhm.
scientific way of
Mhm.
teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down.
Let me stop you there. Yes, I showed the video the picture last stream, but let's just do it. Let's just do it real quick. Oh my God, we'll just do it real fast. This here is Alessi, who was allegedly 67 years old. Allegedly, I don't know the guy sitting next to him. It doesn't matter. This matters. This matters. That's crazy. He's in his 60s. Late 60s. What do you mean? That's crazy. That is absolutely absurd. Oh my God, Alessi is fine. Ooh, Vicky's gonna have to. Vicky is pretty deep into the Alessi wanting. That's a damn fine 60-year-old. I know. I know. Is that crazy?
I think you alluded to it here that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on track, was blunt force
He
injury.
fit.
Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head. Yes,
Blunt impact injuries to the head. And that's the primary cause, right?
correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
I said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes. And we agree
Yum.
that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
Might work if I start now,
As you sit
honestly.
here now, with regard to, you use the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that part of it? You brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether...
Yes, Ray. I would love to track transformation. Yes.
Using the concepts of
Not
differential
happening,
diagnosis scientific
says
method.
Victoria.
Did you
Not working
consider
5
whether
days.
Mr. O'Keefe
No, ma'am.
could have died somewhere
No.
other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
What, if any, alternative diagnoses
Pizza roll.
did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I
No.
did not
not.
conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no. So there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so
So he wants to make very clear to the jury that he has, the defense kind of theorizes that Connor Keefe, whoever that strange man who was now Proctor standing next to him during the autopsy, was saying, well, he probably was hit by a car because this crazy woman said, I hit him 3 times, but there's no record of that actually happening because God forbid anyone write a report or actually call police and say, hey, I'm an EMT, and she said, I hit him 3 times. So he's like, he is digging deep to make sure, to see if she can have any remembrance of someone saying, well, he was either beat up or hit by a car, instead of just the basis of, we found him in the snow. This is what we have. We tried to resuscitate. He, went back to the ER. They did everything they could. He passed. This is it. This is how we found him. His eyes weren't as, the types of things like his eyes weren't as swollen. They're a little more swollen now. Or when I saw him this, or, like the specific truths that were visually seen, not the, well, he could have been hit by a car, could have been a bat, could have been a dog, could have been this, we found, saying we found a piece of glass underneath him, or a cup, a drinking glass, a rocks glass underneath him. That's fair to say because that's a truth. But to give them to give her well, there's a car with a dent and this happened and they were playing with his face and so giving all the extra non-truths or possibilities or the maybes of it all is the problem. Canoni is Canoni, not canine, but wait, it tracks. I'm pretty sure she just won person of the year in her area or something like that. I think that was one of the days where she needed to skedaddle a little early. The possibilities are endless. So we can see a bias. We feel a bias from the judge. I want to know, I wonder if the jury can. I'm sure they can. I don't think it's going out on a limb to say that some jurors are feeling a little bit of a bias. Even if, there are calls that I can respect and I believe are fair that Judge Canoni has made, but it feels like a bias. Even if there is not a bias there, which I cannot say that there isn't. I feel like there's a little bit of a bias, at least. But even if there isn't, it feels like a bias, and that is a problem in itself. Judge Cannoli got Judge of the Year in Boston. Voted in by Jen McCabe and the Alberts. Damn, y'all be roasting.
you
Y'all
talked
be
about
roasting.
the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm on calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrase that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And
Very severe.
would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Leslie.
Okay. She wants him
You
to save
made
that for the
your
brain
own
doctor.
determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your
Little side
determination.
eye.
So you used the phrase brain impact injury,
Blunt impact.
blunt impact injury. Did I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
This is
Did you show it to us?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence.
Okay.
Bob Alessi
Oh, it's in evidence?
doing the
I just want to make sure if there's any
cross-examination.
signatures, Your Honor. wanted to make sure it's
So why
He
don't you come over
handles,
here
like,
because
the
why don't you
experts.
pull this up?
So they're going to a little bit of a sidebar, a little bit of a conversation. Ellen Jackson likes to yell at civilians, and Mr. Lessie likes to challenge experts in their own field, even when he is not an expert himself. Which is totally fair because man's got the vocab for it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale, when I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. And is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J-type item going vertically up, yes, and going up. You see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular
farmer's market
pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
either one? Daddy.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
This sounds like
I can
almighty
say that a
Leslie.
fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's, on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, et cetera?
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, right?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on the decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
According to the meteorologist, the ground was frozen enough for the snow since the snow was able to stick, the ground was frozen. In our we live lives and can comprehend like colloquially frozen and like the ground is frozen and like the scientific frozen, like the difference between it. I would not call the ground that may or may not have like a slight dusting. The cat tracks, you could see the cat tracks in it, might have a little bit of a dusting of snow. I wouldn't call that frozen ground, but scientifically, according to the meteorologist, frozen ground. Do I think it's a bit of a stretch to be like, yeah, no, that injury could definitely happen if you fell backwards on frozen ground? Maybe if there's a rock on top of the frozen ground. But like the frozen ground being dirt and then grass, I think that's a bit of a stretch to result in this injury. I'm frozen, Vicky. The meteorologist is not a geologist. Period. I think a lot of these experts at the Commonwealth that we've seen on stream and have happened in real time court have kind of expanded their expertise a little further than their expertise actually lies. And I don't want to be like, oh, well, your expertise stops here. And so you know nothing about anything else. But to say because the air is this temperature and the ground temperature, which was measured not directly in front of 34 Fairview, is this degree, then the ground is frozen. It just doesn't. I don't think it sits right to a typical human. It gives off an odd, strange vibe. It's sort of turning the yard of 34 Fairview into
Assuming a fall
some, like,
backwards
mystical
onto
place.
frozen ground, and
Like
there
it's
being on a lawn with grass.
Like it's the Albert universe, like we're watching the case and it's everything that happened was within the Spider-Man universe, the Marvel universe, the Albert universe that exists here at 34 Fairview. It kind of is sort of separating it from reality. And I think that a lot of people will be able to be like, well, you slipped on the ground and you hit your head on the ground, you slipped, your feet went out from underneath you, you hit your head, it would not result in that manner. Most likely, I think a more respectable response is possibly, but what's more likely is something quite tough, quite strong, quite sturdy, making contact with the back of the head. Well, Shannon McCabe and all these other lawman witnesses all have stretched the truth. Will Shannon McCabe too and all these other lawman witnesses have stretched the truth? I don't. Is Stretch Armstrong from Massachusetts? I think that it is in human nature to attempt to do more, to say more, to get a little further when it comes to an explanation, which may pull away from the truth at points. Do I think that the majority of expert witnesses get on the stand and like Ian Whiffen, he was straight to the point. He said, this is what I did. I didn't do that. I did this. I did not do this. You asked me a question about something I did not do. I can't answer. I didn't do it. Even Shannon, we haven't gone there yet, but when we do, you will see when the answer is no, it's no. I don't know. Like even he had pretty quashed, small, those aren't the words that I want, confined proper responses while he was being confronted about being an absolute liar on the stand. And that was, and we'll get to it, but like even that was just like, no, I don't know. That's something I don't know. I don't know. Like just straightforward, those types of answers. So there's opportunities here to agree and disagree with the defense when you are a Commonwealth witness in a way that isn't always combative, that isn't always defensive, that isn't always, you guys are trying to keep someone who's guilty out of jail energy. And the jury are humans, experience emotions, live lives. They've experienced bad things, good things. They know liars. They've experienced it. They may be a liar themselves. They know what to look for. They know what to feel. They know what to see. They're listening to the words. They're listening for the truth. And so I think having that mentality of the defense is asking me questions now, and I'm really defensive, and I'm angry, and I hate you so much is worse for you than just being like, I don't know, maybe, could be, not for me to know. Type of response, because I think it's just easier to ingest, take the emotion out of it. Not saying that Scoribello is presenting with intense emotion, but some do, some have. We saw it, we've seen it, we will see more of it. An honest liar. Make it make sense. I know, and I can't wait to get to it. I know, and I
Asked,
can't wait
would
to
you
get to it.
expect to see any grass at all in the injury
But
site?
yeah, he's a liar.
It's
He
possible
lied.
to have grass.
He
Is it
lied about the
possible to
lies,
have
but he also was
Are
honest
you
as
familiar
well.
with the height and weight of the decedent generally?
I
If you need to
know.
look at your notes, please do so.
Is it Schrodinger's lawn?
Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So,
I know.
assuming a fall backwards and an impact ahead on a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is definitely.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. I thank you. So, would you expect to see? Is it possible, if that was the manner of the fall, that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you.
Come on.
Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine
That
whether
question right there, great follow-up from Brennan would be, do you normally document your possibilities? Do you normally document the different options that you have running through your head as you are going through this autopsy of what could possibly have caused this? Do you normally document it, or do you just document the final conclusion from the autopsy? Will he get there? Will he be able to do that? Will he be able to clearly try to say clarifying clearly communicate that to the jury? I don't know. I think that's one of Brennan's biggest faults, is clearing everything back up after a long cross-examination. It's rare to see Brennan go all the way back to the beginning of what the cross was and then sort of follow suit and redirect on the cross, from the cross on the redirect. But
whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I'm satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine the manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had in discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries.
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Oh, yes.
We'll take a lunch and recess. So we'll see you in 45 minutes.
They are going to lunch break, and then we are back.
Enter your
All right, someone told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar.
Followed by pound.
We are going to sidebar. And the jury is coming in. Great. Brennan's redirects are awful for him. Yeah. Courtroom is small. The courtroom is
All right,
very,
Mr. Alessio, whenever you're ready.
very
Thank you, Your
tiny.
Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Squirty-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Very, very tiny. And a lot of the creaking that you hear are the chairs. So they have big, comfy chairs, which they deserve. You deserve to sit in something comfortable. But for the amount of members of the defense team currently sitting at the table, they have Miss Little, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, Alessi, and Yannetti. That's 5 people sitting at that table. These big chairs. There's no space. There's no room. They also have their tech station. They have a couple different humans working on the tech station when needed. So that's set back behind them as well. It's very tight. So when they are all getting up, the reason sidebars have like the beginning and end length to them is because they are just trying to get in and out of their chairs. There's so many chairs and they're squeaky. It's crazy. She did say that the injuries were not caused by a fight. They were also not caused by a shark or a drowning. Right. Or a lightning strike. Or drugs. He was not drugged because that would not lead to head trauma. Well, something after being drugged could.
Different aspect.
Which is still
Hypothermia.
a theory that I have when it comes to Karen Reed as well. I know it might sound dumb, but I still have a small percentage of thought was, what did she just ingest alcohol that night, knowingly and or otherwise?
Hypothermia discussion. So you've
a
acknowledged
really
previously
time.
that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
It is.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony
Has,
in this
like,
proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
Things that has to check
And-
off hypothermia.
You indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally the diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach. And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
histopatholgy. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
I will.
And specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion in patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was
Former Trooper Proctor. Former Trooper Proctor. I love underlining that.
found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. Next.
Okay, I mean, I like Alessi's words. I get that she wants to.
Show Mr. Brennan.
I get that Judge Benoni, Judge Beverly Canoni wants to sort of keep it moving, keep chugging forward. I too, because I want to catch up. But also I like his words, and I think the jury likes his words too. It's really impressive. He's got great words. Love your words, Alessi. Love your words. To be fair, we are listening at 1.5 speed, so the tone can be shifted when speed goes up as well. But still, like, It would have been literally half a second more for him to finish his.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section up to here, and once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital, and it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
That's right.
Jurors disregard that.
Yeah, or just Michael. I think fired is great. It really like lays it on thick. Just calling him Mr. Proctor, Michael Proctor I love it. I love how they and the Commonwealth, Brennan will slip up and just say Trooper Proctor. Michael Proctor, Trooper Michael Proctor. But when in actuality, he no longer is. She was getting a little too deep about the things. So
Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In
like, she
terms
was
of
talking.
the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon
Yes.
your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification
Agreed.
report, based upon that, did you consider
Agreed.
whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
I've seen her say maybe
initially no.
twice to move on or like go to the next topic or something like that.
Let's go to
the Commonwealth, but many times a
significance,
day,
if any, of hemorrhaging of
to
the
the
two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach.
even though they're on track.
Is
Time
it
is on
correct
track.
that
She
the
keeps saying-
hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused?
She keeps saying they're on track. They're even moving faster than expected. They're on track. They're on track. So these long crosses are not pushing time, according to her, according to the Commonwealth, who's calling these witnesses, whose case in chief we're in. They're on track. So why time pressure the defense
caused by many different things.
and not
Yes, it
the
is.
And to
prosecution?
be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
As I'm eating a Jersey Mike sub. Exactly. The only crunches I do is time crunches. As I'm skedaddling in a 1.5 speed murder trial. All right, let me.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Miss Little and Karen Reed are kind of matching today.
At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so. Yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging.
She said, bitch, where? I like Alessi. I love Alessi. But this is a legitimate professional. She has been doing this for decades. And she's going to make sure your words match the
Hemorrhaging in
science.
the pancreas,
truth.
correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of
The
the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, RUGAE, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of.
Right, he does, and he's done many cases, and he's researched many things, and he has history there. But she is going to stand her ground as specifically this medical examiner role, and he may know a fantastic amount of stuff. Absolutely, I don't doubt that he doesn't. I know that if he needs to figure something out, he will learn whatever he needs to. But she's still going to battle him, and she's going to go down to, okay, you can say stomach, but it's in you can say this, but it's in this part of this bigger thing, and she's not going to, she shouldn't, I think, just to sort of hold up her reputation, give in to him when he says, okay, but I'm saying stomach. She says, okay, yes, but in a specific part of the stomach. She wants to make it as clear as possible, as precise as possible. And him, as a defense attorney, is able to, with fantastic argumentative training and abilities, he's able to attempt to, and many times it works, to break the to break the witness, essentially, into agreeing with him as well. Dumbing it down for the jury, I don't think he's necessarily trying to dumb it down for the jury, because he's throwing out all of these words real fast, and he's not giving her any space to sort of explain too much about the big words, like the like explaining, I mean, we've had the explanation of what a hemorrhage is, but breaking it, he doesn't want the full breakdown quite yet. He wants to be like, okay, but that's not, just because it's part of the stomach that you want to clarify on doesn't mean that it's not the stomach. He wants to play like into that game. And he wants the jury to see that they're not perfect. They didn't do everything they could, even though on a normal, very, very normal circumstance, I mean, I don't, hypothetically, this could have been seen as a perfectly acceptable A plus autopsy performed, testing performed. It could have been considered a perfect autopsy. But Alessi wants to get the doubt growing inside the jury and being sure it could be great, but it could also be better. It could also be better. You didn't consider everything. Just because you may not see it all the time doesn't mean that it's not truth. So those types of things. That's why Alessi is fantastic with witnesses, or with expert witnesses. He's great. Ellen Jackson, I'm sure he could do something like this, but Alessi has just that, it's in his blood to do this to these expert witnesses. She's getting annoyed, she's getting frustrated, she's getting cut off, which would annoy anybody. But she wants specifics, and he wants to get there, but he wants it to be kind of like a trickle down effect where it's like, so stomach. Yes, well, it's a specific, so stomach. Yes, the stomach. Okay, so what specifically in the stomach? Like, he wants to play that little that game. I'm sure that he probably feels like the energy of it being a game. And we can kind of see that as well, which is, it's very interesting to watch. It's very interesting to watch.
The torso.
Okay.
Alessi has he has a physical effect on these witnesses. Like, her lips are dry, she is breathing larger, her eyes are concerned.
So you said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And
Long
are you
blinks.
aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
Very
No,
much
I'm not.
so. Very much so.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues. But in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas?
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
But including the pancreas?
including the pancreas.
No, I do.
If you see hemorrhaging of the
I do
pancreas,
question why the fight on the hypothermia diagnosis or cause of death. It may just be to continue to expand the holes, the holes, the missing pieces, the doubt for the jury. He was cold. He was very, very cold.
and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us a spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I prefer to do
ahead.
it. Thank you. WISCHNEWSKI. So, can you just tell the jurors what?
She said, "You said it. You spell it," which is exactly what I would say. Like her brain is going when you have like zoned in your brain on a thing that you did over 2 years ago, you know, it's like, I don't know how to spell anything right now. I'm not saying that she doesn't know how to spell it, but I think that was a little bit of a power play that she was really quick to do. Like, would you like to spell it? You said it. The witness's lips are dry because Alessia is so very sexy and smart. I would be drooling. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, I do no, I can't. I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't say those things out loud. But I will just say I like a full head of hair.
Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
But for
Wisniewski
67,
spots are small hemorrhages,
That's a
small
fantastic
areas
amount
of
of hair.
bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, among other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
So what did everyone have for lunch?
Is it that you're not?
Are we fed? Are we drinking our
calling what the
water?
percentage is for how many, the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall? Do you recall?
Hold on. Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Move on. The objection is sustained. Move on.
There
had your
were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the
Sleepy.
word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right. So you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I'm going to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right. So I want to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa and then start with that, your honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but it's sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is to, I'll start out with the
Figure shit out. Yeah. So he also didn't have any frostbite, which if he was out there that long, he would have had some frostbite. Yeah, so what I think is interesting is that they brought the meteorologist out and talked about temperature, wind speed, ground frozenness, whiteout conditions, and the amount of snow that was actively falling. And I think it's definitely fair to recognize that when John O'Keefe left Karen Reed's vehicle to the time that he was found, it was the least intense part of the storm, of the blizzard. It between those hours of, let's say, between 12:15, I know it was a little after that, and what have you, between 12:15 and let's just say 6 a.m., it was the least intense portion of the snowstorm. And they are technically calling it a blizzard, which it was. A lot of snow came down in that storm. I know it even affected my area where I live, which is not even in the same state. I remember that storm. It was quite large and it was all encompassing. And Canton area, that area of the state did get really hit with the storm. The majority of the snow, and when I say majority, I mean the majority, like high majority of the snow fell after John O'Keefe was placed into the ambulance, taken to the emergency room, etc. So I can see why having the conversation of, "You sure it was hypothermia?" Like, he was only out there for a couple of hours. I think I don't necessarily have an issue with hypothermia being a contributing factor to John O'Keefe's life being, um, taken. I don't necessarily have an issue with that. I think he was extremely cold. Everyone noted that. His joints and bones and stuff were difficult to move. EMTs noted that. His body temperature needed to rise. Everyone noted that. But what we have yet to hear is how fast does body temp decrease in the temperatures that were laid out as factual, as truth, as data, as a piece of evidence for the jury. How fast would body temp decrease if someone was still breathing, if their blood was still moving? How fast does a normal person's body temperature drop down to 80.1 in that condition? I think having that sort of follow-up to the meteorologist, to the medical examiner, to whatever sort of medical witness is coming in next, and then having someone who is, I don't know what they would be, I don't know what their job would be, but having the solidified data of how fast someone's body temperature drops depending on how injured or uninjured their body is would be extremely helpful for the jury to come to their own conclusion on like how long he was out in the cold. And I don't think that's going to be something that the Commonwealth brings in, because I don't think they want to give the jury that option. They don't want to be like, oh yeah, we're about someone who's talking about body temperature and the speed at which it would drop and why, and blood movement and heart rate and et cetera, and like physical movement, and then be like, and there's no way his body temperature would drop this fast if he was out here for this many hours, that type of thing. So I don't think that's going to be a Commonwealth situation. The defense might have someone who is fully educated in that. I don't know, but that's what I would like to see. If I was a juror, I'd be waiting for that. I'd be like, okay, so who's going to come talk about body temperatures combined with actual like air temp and ground temp? That would be very interesting. I don't know how they would do it. I don't know what job position that would be, but that's
The
something
one
that I
that
would
is
be
in evidence,
interested
which is the gastric
and looking
mucosa.
for.
Okay,
Start with that.
what number? An open question. Okay.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
right. It's and right.
And I'd like to move N into evidence at this time.
All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Leslie?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
But it had to be very cold in order for the ground to be frozen.
May I,
Yes,
Your Honor?
Yes.
it did have to
Dr.
be very
Scorbello, I'm
cold,
handing you,
according to the
exhibit,
meteorologist.
164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen.
It was
please
cold.
feel free to look at it.
And when I say that I saw the temperatures the meteorologist was talking about, and I can scroll back into the actual my actual memory of just a month ago when it was 22 degrees as a high here. It was 22 degrees is very, very cold. But it has to be very cold in order for the ground to be frozen. You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. Well, so the Commonwealth is saying that the reason John was even on the cold frozen ground was because a car backed into him and he resulted with hitting his head on the frozen ground, and Karen Reed drove away. The defense is saying the cops didn't investigate right. There had to have been some other parties involved. Karen Reed did nothing. So the ground can be frozen and hypothermia not actually be a contributing cause. And see, like me knowing and experiencing those temperatures and blizzards just like that, the wind chill, when wind is moving, when the wind feels 10-15 degrees colder than the actual temperature, and that's how your body is interpreting it. I don't think that it is taking the situation of how he got on the ground out of the equation. I mean, I don't see an issue with hypothermia being a contributing factor to John O'Keefe's passing. The main factor was obviously the head wound. I don't know. This is why I like trial. Give me all the information, and then when the jury deliberates, so shall I. So shall I. I mean, end of January, the ground was going to be cold and frozen anyways. Yes and no. Yes and no. They hadn't really had too much snow until that point. It was sort of like, oh, winter's freaking here. So yeah, frozen ground, especially with the snow to cushion the fall. In this case, there was very little snow. There was like a dusting, just a dusting. I feel like the ground is always frozen end of January, LOL, especially up there. Yeah, I guess so. But I don't think if I slipped and fell, and let's take the scenario slipping and falling, of just simply not being shoved, not being thrown, just simply slipping and falling and bumping the back of my head on ground that is grass, that is dirt, that is frozen. I don't know if it would fracture my skull and split open my flesh. I don't know if that, I don't know. Now, he was supposed to be drunk as fuck too. He did have alcohol in his system. Now, if I was thrown or shoved or pushed backwards by some sort of magnificent force, and then my head making contact, either initially or sort of as like a bounce situation, split the flesh, new band name. I could see that happening. I can also see someone being really unhappy that a girl that they like cannot make up their mind between John and yourself, Ryan Higgins, and having a physical altercation. I just ate shit in the parking lot at church, and I can definitely say it split the flesh. Really? What did you hit? Are you okay? Do you need emergency medical attention?
164.
I like being forced to ask questions and like
Dr. Scordy Bello,
I love it.
do you recognize 164 as you described what 164
knees in my foot.
This is a picture of the
Damn,
stomach
girl.
of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rouillé before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right. So those are what you just showed. There's darker areas. There's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
to the chalk.
Oof. I'm glad I was here. I'm glad I was here in that area because
And Your Honor, with Your Honor's permission, may I show?
they should be passing the
Dr.
photos
Cordello
up
the
right
chalk
now.
that's marked for identification.
That's not caught
Yes,
on
and let's see
camera.
what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhages.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes. Yes.
A juror asked for a break. A juror asked for a break. A juror waved, flagged down the bailiff, and said, "I need a break." And I know why. It's because they were just looking at organs and they just had lunch. And not everyone can handle that type of photo the same way. Very rough. Very rough. I too would want a break, I'm sure. Oh, you can hear a lot of.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Okay, they're going to take a break. I would prefer to see those if I had to, if there was no other option. I'd prefer to see those in the morning so that I did not have to go home and be alone. Like as a juror, you're surrounded by others who have experienced the same thing as you. You cannot talk about it, but you are still surrounded by others. I would hate to go home. Like if I was like a single person who was like on this jury, I'd hate to go home by myself and have to just like mentally deal with those photos alone. I would prefer to see those in a morning situation and have the day to sort of like get through. Wow, this is a very long break. I hope I hope the jury is okay.
May I agree approach to this?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MN, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document since it sort of started over to you? You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And
Decompress.
does that
Yes.
exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I'm just moving myself.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter who will use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence.
It is not.
It's marked for identification.
Yes, marked for identification. We're with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scordi-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing?
Everyone pause. Oh yes, I was a paralegal for many, many years and I got to see some horrific images of accidents and injuries, and yeah, they stick to your soul. They stick to your soul. You were a paralegal. That is so cool. I was thinking about going and taking the courses needed to become a paralegal. But I don't know if I will. That is so interesting. Oh my gosh, you've probably seen some wild shit. Oh my gosh. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. What was it like? Did you like it? That's so cool. I went to school for theater. I went to school for theater.
Describing at your witness stand.
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
That poor.
So this is a
That poor jury.
stomach.
That's
This
tough.
is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration, that's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolf, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection is sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
I'm keeping my finger on the button.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there
Just to
are
make sure the camera person is not
much less dark
getting all
spots
willy-nilly.
in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you.
Isn't it correct that for hypothermia and the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia, let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early mornings? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
He's always saying Canton, New York,
And when you say very cold,
which I think is because I think he's from like the Albany area or went to school in the Albany. I don't know. He has some association to Albany, so I think he might be sort of familiar with Canton, New York, which is funny because I went to school near Canton, New York.
cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature and wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I do not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
That is so cool.
No, I don't. I still believe that there were
Abby, that
hypothermic
is so
signs.
cool.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent
I'm thinking
with
about
a
it.
motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your
I'm thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for about a year. I'm thinking about it. And maybe I'm really thinking about. I've been really thinking about it. It's something I'm interested in, you know? Obviously. Something I'm interested in, and I don't want to do the whole law school thing, and I don't see myself being successful in that at all. Because school is really difficult for me. School's hard for me. I just have a hard time with school. I don't have a hard time with learning things, but just like the aspect of school is like difficult for like my brain and how it works.
in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs, and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
And I want to clarify. I know that there's a schooling necessary to become a paralegal. But I think that the pressure of like going to law school, I would crumble under. It pays well. Oh, I like that. I like that. But doing something like becoming a paralegal, where you don't have like the immense like law school pressure. I don't know. There's like it's like a I don't know. There's like an idea of like the law school pressure. I don't think I'd be successful with that at all. It would be just it wouldn't be just a job. I'm thinking about it. Lily Woods, no, I could never. I don't know anything about perms. This is natural. I don't know anything about perms. Oh, I love that. Shoot. Am I going to become a paralegal? Am I going to become a paralegal?
What I look for
That'd be
is
so
some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I talked and paused in an important part. No markings of a car
I want
impact.
to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis. You recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does
Not
it?
like law school.
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
My fear is
Did
that I
your
would become a
report at
paralegal and be
all
like, now I need to go to law
evaluate
school.
Whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke
one of my
about in your
fears.
direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, Did your
I
report
had
at all
gushers.
evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact to the back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
I wanted to pause. Like when I mentioned the full head of hair, he has a full head of hair, but it's not like full. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a paralegal. Oh my God. Are we going to do a journey vlogs of me becoming a paralegal? You went to brunch? What did you have? Tell me all about it. Bottomless mimosas. Ronnie, I think I'm going to become a paralegal. I don't think I'd ever be hired in my town, though. My town is, I don't know. They'd look at me and be like, you sure? Be like, really?
So,
No,
if you could,
I think I-
Mr. Wolk,
I think I
and
should.
with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are
I'll look into it.
depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me read it. That injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. So, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly state the foundation of it.
Just one mimosa
Dr.
today.
Scordi-Bello, you see what's in front of you.
Jimmy's egg.
Can we mark this?
So,
Is
Mr.
that a
Brennan,
croc?
Are you objecting to that coming in evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
His hair is fluffy, but there's some areas, you know, that are where the light hits. You know, there's some
Dr. Scordi-Bello,
still a perfectly fine head of hair for that age on that man. Perfectly fine head of hair. I want more. Give me. I prefer. That's it. That's just his preference. It's his preference. Fantastic man. He's brilliant. He's in shape. Everyone loves him. Everyone wants to jump his bones. I think he's married and has kids. But you know, to each his own. Jimmy's egg. Is that across from B-Dubs, Buffalo Wild Wings? Is that like on the thing? I don't know where it is.
Bello, I placed before you what is in evidence now is 165. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolk publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk.
Oh damn! Let her finish. Let him
So-
finish.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, that
I do love the
laceration
curls,
to the
though.
right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called,
Paralegal
what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
That's what I thought.
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we,
What else could
could
it be
Mr.
consistent
Wolk
with?
have the laceration to the nose? I'm sorry, hold off on a moment.
We're at that point in the day where I'm
For
like,
you,
we
which
done?
Evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolk publish.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so is Judge Canoni.
Laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the
Focus on this body though, like this channel and stuff. Or do you mean like within like the paralegal training? Like focus on like I don't understand. And see, I'm comfortable with saying I don't understand or what it's referring to. I just need more info.
to
I'm
the
so cool
right
with
arm
saying I
of
don't
Mr.
know.
O'Keefe. You
I
recall
don't
that?
understand.
Yes, I do.
What?
And is it correct that you,
I think
in
I
your
understand.
autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to
Yada 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 yada. That would be really cool. I think I would have a really good time. I should. Oh, let's continue. Let's.
167 and 168.
I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to
Oh.
these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Just
Yes.
it's the arm.
And am I
We've seen it
correct
before.
that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a
Pattern.
pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Love to know the pattern.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Objection.
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, could you?
Ask another question. Sustain.
He needs more foundation for
Can
her to be
you
able to actually answer this
Identify
question.
any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen. Okay.
So, can you answer that, Doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that. down.
Oh, focus
Thank
on his. Fair, fair,
Do you
fair,
recall
fair,
discussing
fair.
at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So
I think that popping noise that we have heard that Vicky and I had a full blown argument. We didn't about if it was a ring hitting something strong. It's like I think someone's popping their knuckle into a microphone.
were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, t-shirt or hoodie, is made its way to you?
No,
What year? Vic? What year? Or championship ring? What sport?
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
that is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain. Sustain.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay.
I'm sustaining it. Ask and answer.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Mr. Ryan.
Were those injuries caused by a tail light? He was like, okay, I'm not getting anything else in. We've done enough.
Doctor, how many
Redirect.
autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be.
He did it right there. He is going from the back end of cross-examination and going backwards. I don't know if that's a great technique. Obviously, the clothes are not, like it's not that the clothes are not a matter of intense issue here.
May not be clothed.
Unless you're
If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
he do be building
Or
that
after-
body.
You were asked questions
Y'all are
about
y'all are cute.
your
Y'all are good.
opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe, and you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago,
Okay.
but I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that
Alisi.
statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
You jerk.
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
I can approach.
Whenever I hear Weasel, I think of the
Take a look at part of the grand jury testimony.
Bob's Burgers
Remember Attorney
episode
Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
where all of the kids go out to like a cabin like in the woods and they have like a weasel. There's like a weasel song. He's got a new lease on life.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it.
Were you asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn it over. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take your honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to her.
Nice.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory
Yeah,
to
no,
the rest of
no.
your statement? to
See
grand jury?
this, and I love the tone that Alessi is using. I love the tone for his objections. I love it because it's signaling to the jury, this is ridiculous. He's doing it wrong. He's doing it wrong, and we are exhausted with him doing it wrong. She doesn't do autopsies of clothes. That'd be ridiculous. Like that was part of the autopsy of the clothes was Maureen Hartnett's job. And we already heard what she had to say. Brennan is forgetting that he is playing role of prosecutor and not defense attorney, and his form is off. Bro, your form is off, guy. Your form is off. You know, like you are belly flopping in the pool of legally running a trial. You're belly flopping. Yay, we're still here. Oh yeah. Oh, we ain't going nowhere.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context, which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Nice.
You were shown a
Good, good.
photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
Would be a log. Yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
So, Mr. Lessing.
Part of the end report. If you need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is.
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
Here we go.
The body temperature.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Oh, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors.
Right. What are
Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ew.
Sustained.
Was there any type of
Freezer
burns on his body that would
burns?
suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor. we'll need a
Sustained.
motion.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown.
I feel like Yannetti is doing those objections. It's giving Yannetti vibes, like it's giving Yannetti tone, but it should be Alessi. Freezer burn, bro. If I was a family member, I would be so frustrated right now with Brennan. I would be so frustrated right now. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
A photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw in that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
Brennan's gotta go.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
And that's crazy because they wrote like one police report for this entire case. They wrote a lot of police reports, but not so much in a timely fashion.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that police report
Interesting.
considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
11 lines of a police report for a police officer that was found in front of another police officer's home in a blizzard. Incredible. Incredible. Don't waste any ink on the poor guy. Absolutely just an abomination. I work with an attorney like Brennan. He didn't last long at the law firm. Is really interesting. It's interesting. I think it was quite a choice. I know I'm going off on a tangent again. I think it's quite a choice for the district attorney's office to hire Brennan for what I believe, my information could be wrong, so don't hold me to it, for what I believe to be around the $250,000 mark to try this case as a special prosecutor. He left his law firm for the year leading up and for the time of the case to try this case as a special prosecutor working for the district attorney's office. So I think a lot of people are asking the question, since when and why? I pay, if you pay taxes in that area, that money is going to this. Well, some of it. I mean, not all of it. They make a lot more money than that. So it's very interesting. It's a very interesting thing that is happening right now. We have a defense attorney, a practicing defense attorney, playing special prosecutor for the Commonwealth at a retrial of a murder case. And the first one ended in a mistrial with heaps of contention. This is so very interesting. And like the first trial shouldn't have happened because of the FBI investigation. Like it's just so weird. It's just none of it makes sense. Freezer burn, what is this, packed meat? Yeah, I'd be freaking out.
What's the date and time of that case?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, right?
Okay.
And in another document?
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry. Let me have that back.
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Second document, is that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please. May I approach again?
Yes.
Leave it allowed, I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Did the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Mr. Who?
And the other one was Mr. Corner.
Mr. Corner?
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about
you
your
want
role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You would never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate,
Hi, No Strays. What's going on? Welcome in. Being from the area, Brennan is known for his work on the Whitey Bulger, Bulger, I believe it's a hard G, trial. Seems the DA believes there was some funny business going on with the feds, like in Whitey's case. Interesting. I did no like deep dive research into Brennan before like the trial started or anything because I wanted to go in sort of like juror level, especially with having now Brennan and like Alessi and new folks joining in. Very interesting. I Yes, give me all the stories. Give me all the stories. I love it. Very interesting. Brennan seems like Brennan seems like there's been a lot of articles written about him. Sad. Freezer burn, is that the same as frostbite? What the heck does Brennan think John O'Keefe was a manticle? So I think he wanted to displace any thoughts of the jury maybe thinking that there was because the next question was like mechanical cooling, like was he placed in a freezer to sort of drop his body temp extra quick like that. So
there
we're
was
almost done with
information in
this
the
day, then we'll start
investigation
the next one.
that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
said, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
Manticle.
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe, that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, Army Coach, please. Resume.
Okay.
That was Alessi. All right.
Jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statement. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scordi-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
That got me in my heart, Aggie.
At the
That
time
got me right in my
of your
soul.
death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a
I'm
Jennifer
gonna go be a
McCabe
paralegal.
had reported that the defendant said, Did I hit him, or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I
That
don't
was
believe I
powerful.
knew about Ms. McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
That, yeah, I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes,
Were you aware
It's
that the
I
police
get it
or
right.
Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
about their,
Observations?
yes,
Were you aware of
I-
an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022,
The Chatty Juror
I don't remember.
We will
Were
need
you
a new
aware?
intro.
that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument
Damn.
with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Clamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I got
I
like
don't recall that
tingles.
particular first responder, no.
I got tingles from that, guys. I got tingles. And a new logo. Oh my god.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead?
Yeah, I was given that information,
And the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
yes.
Were you
It was a
aware
busy summer.
of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes,
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed
Change
that she had a
the
broken
picture
taillight on her vehicle
view.
but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained
I just dazed.
John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it
Oh,
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
after you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware
Here's
of
now a
location
lawyer.
data
That kind of.
that was obtained from John O'Keefe's
Almost.
phone
Sort of.
before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was
I
not.
Were
just,
you aware?
first of all, you guys just saw me literally have like an existential crisis. And y'all be hyping a girl up. Shit. I think I'm gonna become a paralegal. I've been thinking about it for a really long time. Like, I think the first time I brought it up was like over a year ago to like friends and stuff. Oh my god. Y'all be hyping.
Aware
Oh,
of
hyping
battery
it
temperature
up.
data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
I need to shake it off. We're gonna take like a 15 after this, and then we're gonna jump into the next
Were you
day.
aware of statements from the defendant to various
Don't
media
know if we're gonna
outlets
get to 18, but
before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
mm-hmm.
How about cases where you had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that one.
How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee Is that consistent with a sideswipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that point.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection.
That is, Your Honor. There's no question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be?
We're almost done with this day, and then we'll take a little break, and then we'll hop into the next day. I got nothing to do today other than finish my book, which I'm so excited to finish. I can see it, and I just met you, sort of. My empath DAR is vibrating for you. You want it? Go get it. Oh my God. Like, why do I want to cry? Yeah, that's...
It could be consistent with a punch.
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could it
it?
be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
And that person would be calling me
Did
right
you
now. Oh
know-
my God.
At the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scordi-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you
Alexa,
had,
play.
in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said. right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead.
He said, correct, Your Honor. He didn't say correct, Your Honor. He said, correct, Your Honor. That's crazy. Alessi's tone is so wild sometimes.
Dr. Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe is on?
Yes.
And that medication is,
It's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
We all get
And-
heartburn.
We're going to come back to that
Ain't
in
no
just a
shame in
moment.
the
But do
game.
you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption,
It's possible.
as opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Very
Attorney Brennan
clear,
asked you
concise.
questions moments ago, and
I saw
actually
that.
several of them. of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Yeah, just
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. Keith, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
And that's what
All
he
right.
wants to end
Doctor,
on.
you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
And that's what he wants to end on. Even though you had all of this information saying Karen Reed said, I hit him, and I hit him, and the tail light and the this and the that, and you had all this information because everyone kept talking to you and you kept seeing stuff, you still came up with manner of death undetermined. You still could not narrow it down to homicide, suicide, natural. What was the other one? My brain stopped. I'm so sorry. My brain stopped. What was the other one? Homicide, suicide, natural, accident. Duh, idiot. Oh my God, you're stupid. Still could not, even though she was being inundated to be prepped and ready to write down homicide on that paper. Still couldn't. She went off of the science. I love that. We're done for the day. They are going to do stuff outside of the jury's presence. So the jury is not in the room, and we don't watch that. Because we watch, for the most part, like 99% of what we watch is what the jury sees. So we're going to take a wee bit of a break. Alessi is trying to confuse the jury. She's a doctor. She can opine on the cause of death. The police investigation will reveal the manner of death. I don't know why it did the thumbs up there. Yeah, so she went on her science. She said, I don't care what people are saying about what someone said or who wrote a report or who investigated this or how many pieces of glass you found here and plastic over there and what color and how much blood you put in a red Solo cup. She went off of the science, and that is extremely respectable for a scientist. That's extremely respectable for a scientist. So I like that. Once you start your paralegal studies, you can apply to become a legal assistant, and that will get your foot in the door at a law firm. I do put myself down a little bit, probably a little bit too much, but I knew it was on the paper. I knew I wrote it down. And I know them. Like, I don't know how many trials, and I know them. But my brain just could not find the word. Let's take a little bit of break. We've been at this for we just hit the 5-hour mark. Let's go stretch your legs, go get a snack if you've been just kind of chilling out or whatever, hanging out with me, which I appreciate. Welcome. Hi. My name's Lily, by the way. I'm the Chatty Juror. I'm a baby tiny channel, just a baby tiny channel. If you are new, if you are not already subscribed, or if you are watching on YouTube and or Twitch, I'm streaming on both right now. Feel free to subscribe or follow. Definitely, I would suggest turning on notifications only because I don't always know exactly when I'm going to be going live. So if you want to, that would be super cool. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I like talking about this. I like experiencing this. I like learning about this. And I love that I'm getting new people to talk to and learn about and from and with. We are capable of agreeing. We are capable of disagreeing. We are capable of communicating. And I'm loving that the chat is, I have yet to see anything that I dislike within the chat. And I'm having a great time and I appreciate it. I see a number go up and my heart goes, oh my gosh, that's really awesome. That is so cool. And that's awesome. It's not the end. My end goal is not to be some big person or whatever. I want to experience this with as many people that want to experience this with me, and learn with all of that too. We're just doing this together. So So, that's what we're doing. We're just doing this. I'm not a lawyer. I might be a paralegal soon though. So yeah, we're just humans watching humans and experiencing this thing that is absolutely the absurdity is for real. So appreciate that. Let's take a little bit of a break. It's 3:08. So what's that time plus 10, 3, let's come back at like 3:20. Back at 3, and I'm actually gonna hit enter so it goes in the chat. Let's come back at 3:20. Oh, thank you. Thanks for not just owning me. So yeah, see you at 3:20. Stretch your legs, get a snack, get a drink. It does not have to not be alcohol. You do you, boo. And I will see you in a few minutes. I'm back. Do. Right on time. 3:20. Well done. Well done. Well done. Proud of myself. All right. That was day 16, y'all. We're not getting to day 18. I had hopes, but I got chatty today. It's the title. I'm a chatty juror. I got chatty today. Look, it happens. Day 17, which is short, and we shall chat about why. It is shorter than normal days. Give me uno momento. Was day 18? What's his name? I think he must have been day 18. Yes, he was day 18. Okay. Day 17. Shall we begin? So we started day 17 with this.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. So, I appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research?
I want to.
Counsel at sidebar, please.
They saw counsel at sidebar, or did I mix up my days? I should have done this on the break. I'm sorry, but also. Oh. I guess they were just doing a half day because they had a voir dire to do. Interesting. What was the day? Am I missing? I must be, my days must be all messed up. Okay. Anywho, let's get going into this next witness. 1 point.
You saw also the other Supreme Court during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Let's hope that closed captioning. Oops.
Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, and then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
Does anyone have any issues with me skedaddling just a little through to get to the meat of his testimony?
How long have you worked at the state lab? When you joined, please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a forensic scientist.
Program where we do and be able to accurately.
And so you're currently a forensic scientist too, is that correct?
Correct.
And
that you get after a year of hire. ID profiles with our DNA analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cell, extract the DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to the detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We're accredited by an National Standards Institute.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps in after.
No contamination.
Such as lab coats, gloves, to frequently change gloves, as well as case the file undergoes 2 types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those 2 reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you want to go anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor. And the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case, where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have 2 copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so what that means is if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is a 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, you have something that's referred to as a known item.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So, for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample.
I liked this witness last trial as well. He knows his stuff.
With a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument works as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it, only receives the chemicals that we use, and that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or
I also really like that he is gesturing himself towards the jury to answer the question. These answers are for no one but the jury. We have not seen it a lot. We saw it a little with Jen McCabe when she was like at the jury. We've seen it with some experts so far, but he's very good on the stand. He's good. I have respect for scientists, you know.
Or forensic scientists too are assigned work within the DNA unit. Where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via key card.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now,
Mold
when you
can
receive an
grow
item
in the
from the
cold,
cold storage,
and it
how is
cools
that
it
item
down.
typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It will go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analyst that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you use the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
Well, what exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah. So a DNA profile is basically the combination of.
I want a closer look at his tie clip. It looks really interesting. I want a better look at
all of the locations that we amplified during the third step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number, and the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available to and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the... Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684. Right, so I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry. I'll just restart.
She said, slow down. And like we even might have to go to 1.25 because he's quick. And she's just having a hard time keeping up with him.
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when...
I mean, so far, Lally's doing great with this witness. His questions are perfect. They're on the tee. They are prepared. Lally's doing a good job with this witness. I said that.
I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-million, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yes, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the taillight. And the DNA profile was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item. And that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Now, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning our attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description?
Yeah. I don't see why not. He tests the DNA. He's a scientist, Steve, so we don't not like him. He's just a scientist. He doesn't seem like the guy to be bad from a few minutes of looking at him and remembering him from last trial.
Description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong
to? John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the genes of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you're referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as the
Not testing the other DNA or finding out who the other DNA belongs to, even if that is a process that is normal to have multiple DNA and only have one contributor be, let's just say, identified, because it's not really like, it's never 100%, you know, it's non-million, etc. But yeah, even if that's the normal standard, what happened to my internet? Even that's the normal standard, the jury's going to go, but who are the other DNA? Who does the other DNA belong to? But what's going on with the other DNA? But there's more than just one, you know? I hear that. The B in Brennan is for boring.
The decillion, how many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about, as far as the genes, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of
Ellie
jeans.
is better here.
Now, were you able to generate a
highly
DNA
prepped.
profile from that item from
Highly
the
prepped.
unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as
I'm
number
here.
12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7.
Expecting John's DNA to be on John. Duh. Of course, if he was bleeding from somewhere and there was blood on his shirt, his DNA is going to be the blood. But also having a few things with multiple people's DNA on it, not necessarily a red flag. Let's call it a pink flag, right? The cup, let's say the glass was definitively 100% from the bar. It will have the bartender's possible DNA, possibilities here. Bartender's DNA. Say Jen McCabe picked the glass up to give to John from the bar after it was made. Someone picks it, so it's a clean glass. Here's all your liquor, soda water, puts it on the bar. Say Jen McCabe takes it and gives it to John. The beer bottle, touching, handing. So there's going to be touch DNA. There's going to be samples of multiple people. Is it necessarily a red flag? Not necessarily. Can we get some deeper color red flags than pink from some of the items that have multiple contributors? Sure, we can. And we can, hope that we get more information from that. We can hope. But this is confirmatory testing for the most part, for as close as science can get to confirmatory when it comes to DNA, that John O'Keefe's DNA was on these items.
7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group, sirs, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange T-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as it originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. It's like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely.
Wait, sorry. Can you just look at the defense team right now? First of all, Miss Little, your beach waves, your curls, stellar. We are massive fans of Miss Little. We love Miss Little. We are, and by we, I mean the majority of us that have been here for since the beginning, we stan Miss Little. And I do hope if you currently don't have a status, you join us in standing the queen. Alan Jackson looks like he would rather be literally watching paint dry. Karen Reed, I think, she's probably just playing a mobile game. I would be, when you just I just need to play a game right now. Yannetti is debating everything. I'm here for Miss Little forever. Yannetti is just I don't know if what are we doing? This is, and Alessi is, I don't know, learning more from a thesaurus, probably. He's clearly prepping with a large tablet of some sorts. Very interesting. Alessi, an enigma. KK is doing the most. Karen Reed, can I just say that I have so much love for that one outfit that Karen Reed had. She had a low-rise turtleneck. It was a white cotton turtleneck with her tweed. She had a tweed jacket and a tweed skirt. Oh my God, that outfit, I think about it often. She looked so good in that. I loved that on her.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely.
Don't do our boy like that.
How many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
You're so thirsty.
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
So dehydrated.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
Yes,
And
Yes, she
that,
is.
of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Snaps.
Let me check my
Snaps, snaps, snaps. Jicama salad.
For taillight, there was
Delicious.
another item that was item 2-3.1, which was sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included
All
to
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Mr. Yannetti.
Were you ever
Help.
asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Yannetti is the attorney that the troopers, I'm moving this down. Sorry. Yannetti is the attorney that the troopers have the most issues with because Yannetti is from here. Yannetti is the local defense attorney, is a local defense attorney in the area. And I'm sure he's had many run-ins with run-ins with many a trooper. He's been practicing in this area for I think the entirety of him practicing, if not almost all of it. And he is the hated defense attorney, not any of the California ones. Mr. Yannetti was called by Karen Reed initially. She did not initially reach out to Alan Jackson's team or anything like that. But then they finally did. But Yannetti is the local hated defense attorney. So when you see the text messages from Proctor, like, I hate that guy, da 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 da, they're talking about him because they are, within days of this being an issue, it's all to Yannetti. You saw in the last stream the photo, the screen grab of Yannetti allegedly causing a pileup. He was much younger, and that was part of the group chat as well. And so Ellen Jackson, I'm sure, now has much love and support for Yannetti. He took quite offense to that as well, and so he really hammered on with that as well as the first trial. Yes, so they are all working pro bono. Alessi does yes. So a lot of the California, Alessi is from, I think, the New York area, I believe, but I might be wrong. I know he always comes up. Jackson, Miss Little from California, they're doing this pro bono. So they are doing this. They are not charging her because if they were charging her, the last time I heard, way before the trial started, they said that if they were charging her, they would have racked up over $5 million in legal fees by that point. She is not currently working. She I'm sure there's ways that she is making money other than like the GoFundMe and donations and stuff like this. But yeah, so they're not taking money from Karen Reed. They're not taking money from Karen Reed. I think the the PR of it all, the airtime, the interviews, the conversations, 5 million at that time. Yeah, 5 million at that time, and that was an interview that was probably filmed 2 months before it was actually released. So that I would probably say like 6 months ago. Very admirable. It gives us it gives me it like kind of fills my heart a little bit. Like, it gives me a little bit of warmth. Where is it going? So there are things that need to be paid for. A lot of it probably went to hotel and food. A lot of it probably went to hotels, food, travel, airfare, um, if necessary, those types of things, just sort of survival things. I personally did not donate, and I will not donate to the Free Karen Reed Defense Fund. But yeah, I don't know how much. Do we know? No strays. Do we know how much the specific GoFundMe actually raised? I don't know. I didn't look into any of that. So if you have that information, I'm so here for it. Way before trial, she was already at 5. Yeah, way before the second trial, she was already at 5. Yeah, the boys are back in town. Yeah, Alessi is a New York man. I think he has a relation to Albany as well. Give me info. Food and lodge, expert payment. Yes, thank you. Expert payment. A lot experts need to be paid. People who don't exist in the neighboring towns that need to fly from Arizona, from Texas, from California, from Canada, those people need to be paid. And all of that should be somewhat easily accessible, the information of how much they were paid. And if they work for a company, they get paid like a percentage of, whatever the company deems, you're an employee of a place, you get paid this much, and the place actually gets this much. So if an expert is like, oh yeah, I get, $40 an hour with a base of $500 per day, continue, that type of thing, that may not even be all of the money that's paid, because if they work for a company, it could be even more, that type of stuff. Last I seen, the fund was well over $1 million. Damn. She a lot of people put some money into that. Wild. The world is watching. The world is watching. That's crazy. See, you guys have like the outside info. I tried to stay away from the outside stuff. I tried to be like, what's happening inside the courtroom? I tried really hard. Yes, of course it expanded sometimes. Like this morning I saw a YouTube short of some guy saying how a juror asked, I guess, a bailiff question to be like, can we listen to the answers? Why did they keep getting objected and sustained to? I don't know if that's true. It's just something that I saw, but I can't comfortably say, oh, that's true just because I saw some guy, so that's just a me thing though. So I am a lot of people go way beyond the courtroom and get interested in the case way beyond the courtroom, which is fine, it's super cool. And I like that you guys bring me that information, because it can bring up different questions and stuff. The world is watching. Most experts are on salary, so whatever the company makes, that's where they get their payments from. But on a salary basis, they may be, and maybe they have profit sharing as well. And like Ian Whiffen, he works for a company, but he makes things as well. So there might be like part of a contract where it's like, well, if you use the thing that you made, maybe there's like a higher percentage, there's those weird little things in contracts as well. But Ian Whiffen came from Canada, so like that was a thing as well. So yeah, but that was Commonwealth expert. And we will hear payment when it comes to the defense experts. That will be a large conversation that they have with them.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that...
Sorry. Also, maybe a little went to the tweed outfit that I really like Karen Reed in. But that's just a little hee hee ha ha, but like probably also. By the way, Lily, the firm I worked at paid profit sharing to its staff, which included paralegals. Aggie wants me to be a paralegal real bad, and I'm kind of into it. Oh my gosh, my brain. Profit sharing sounds good. Profit sharing sounds real good. Wow, I'm gonna have to do. I have to finish my book, and then I'll be doing some digging, and really digging into how to complete some paralegal courses. Aggie's writing Lily's letter of recommendation. It's very interesting. It's all just so interesting to me.
That you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins.
I was not.
Stop my heart.
Now, with regard to
My heart.
7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right
Oh.
leg of the jeans.
That would be so cool.
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All
from
right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct?
His opinion
And with
doesn't
regard
really
to that
matter.
item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
There we go.
Let's move on to stain B.
There we
Also
go.
From the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report.
I do.
There we go.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
Stain
stain
D,
D?
stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay. With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his genes, who contributed the DNA to the, who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the genes, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was
Could be.
7.1.6.1?
It could be.
7-1.6.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir.
Where were you the night of the murder? Where were you January 28th into January 29th, Aggie? Huh? What coast were you on? Could be me. You don't know. In other words, the DNA could have come from the EMTs trying to save John's life, but I have a feeling Yannetti won't point that out. Oh, of course not. He's not going to point that out. Oh my God, no. He's just going to say, could be anybody. Could be anybody. Could be Brian Albert. Could be Brian Higgins. It could be anybody. Each side has their own motive, of course. Like, this is Yannetti is vigorously defending Karen Reed. Of course he's not going to point that out, no strays. No, he's not. But Lally very easily could on redirect. That would be a fantastic point for Lally to make on redirect. That would be very strong. And I think he should. Fantastic view. Could be anybody. It could be anybody. It could be anybody. His job was not to test whose DNA was there. His job was to compare John's DNA to the DNA samples that he was given. Could be anybody. His job was not to search out the others of the DNA, which were they all human DNA? Great question. Which is interesting. But when it comes to the science of it all, everyone does stick to their job. When it comes to the policing of it all, it's very much, I want you to not necessarily stick to your job. I would love you to write a report, even though you're a sergeant and you don't have to write a report, but you were the one who used the leaf blower. Could you write a report? So I want you to kind of expand past your job a little bit, for the greater good of finding whodunit type of energy. But when it comes to the scientists, this is my job. I compare this to this. If it's there, if what I have is there, it's there. If there's more, there's more. So yeah, that is the dilemma that jurors have to kind of come to agreement upon when they're listening to these experts, to these scientists. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, fantastic. Oh my God, you guys, I could talk about this all day. No strays. No strays. Get me chatting. I'll be chatting. Pig DNA. Oink oink. Well, last trial, pig DNA showed up. Pig DNA showed up. Pig DNA showed up. I wish you would say it could be Aggie Delator. It could be. Oink oink DNA means it could have been Proctor's DNA. Damn! Roasted! Roasted. Proctor just got roasted and he don't even know. Imagine someone just pops in and it just says, and their name is just Trooper Michael Proctor. Like, damn. Yes. This is the Chatty chair. Excuse me. Procta, not Proctor. It's Procta. Yes. Oh my gosh, man. Yes, of course. We love it. I love you guys. This gives me so much, like, I have so much fun doing this. And I know that almost sounds gross when it comes to someone's life and their freedom online, but having these conversations is enjoyable to me. And I am learning, and like, I too sometimes need to be reminded, hey, take those blinders off, like, expand your own view.
Okay, now,
Yes.
with regard to the
Hell yeah.
unstained
Hell
area of the
yeah.
exterior of the jeans, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a
I love the
DNA
internet.
profile
I love
with
the
regard to
internet
that
so much.
unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the jeans?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Who's touching all up on the jeans?
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir. I'm not trying to make this any more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Energy.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022? So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you are interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors. So it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker, at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, so moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.
I almost put my water out.
14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve
I'm gonna
shirt,
do some
correct?
research
Correct.
tonight.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer
After I
clothing
finished my book.
when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back?
You know, when you're in a good book and you want to finish, but like you just can't find those last 20 minutes to finish that book, you know? I gotta finish my book. I'm so excited. Of course, there's 2 more after it, and they're like 700 pages each. But you gotta finish the book. I gotta finish the book. Vicky, do you want me to send you the book when I'm done?
Back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
Anybody.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not. Oh,
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
Did I not tell you he was going to ask that? Of course he was going to ask that. Of course he's going to ask that. That's what he wants the jury to hear. But I think we got some question energy from the jury, so they will hopefully, and this is me who this entire trial has been saying, prove it to me that she did it, and I'll be cool with it. I'm not sitting firmly on one side or the other. I am sitting on the fence. Prove it to me, and I'll follow the juror's lead. It's really hard last trial to follow that lead. Prove it. Just give it to me. Give me some good solid shit. I told you I was going to say Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. Yeah, I'm happy for you. What book are you reading? A book, like one of those, a book talk book type of book. It's a little dirty. But I started it. I'm almost done, so I have to finish it. It's bad. It's not a good book. It doesn't make me, it's not, if I tell you the title and you look it up, you're not going to be like, oh, wow, she's going to be smarter. It's shut up. She's going to be a smarter and more well-rounded and educated person after she reads this book. No. No. It's got some demons in it. Okay, back to trial. I got it. Oh my.
Let me have one moment, Judge.
Yes. No, Yannetti, you don't get a moment. Stop it.
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for
the
answering all
author
my
is very
questions
creative.
today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case?
I did.
And you are directed, pursuant to protocol, to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustained. Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
The suggestion behind that question was a little too far for Judge Canoni and the
Mr. Porto,
Commonwealth.
based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon
no
or
foundation
common to
for it.
have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to
And if anyone is actually, if you really want to know what book I'm reading, it's called Her Soul to Take. How many shades of gray is it? I'm dead. It's way more than 50. It's way more than 50. It's called Her Soul to Take. It's not like it's not well written. I found like 2 typos. I didn't circle them, Vicky, so you'll have to find them yourself. I found 2 typos. Um and just like it's not about what you're reading. It's about that you're reading, right?
to item 3-1.1. That's a sample from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side taillight, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical,
I also don't know if an audiobook is available, but if so, headphones.
what is the number associated with that inclusion?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-million times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustained.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay, you all set, Mr. Unetti?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porter. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Who's the next witness?
I'll call Ashley Lalier to stand.
Oh, you remember Ashley from last trial? You remember Ashley?
Jury case number.
Morning, Ms. Lalier.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego and master degree in biomedical forensics
Where did you go to?
Just
What did you
scattering
do
through
for-
some of the back.
for pharmaceutical use.
Now,
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
Accredited,
efficiency testing?
I do.
efficiency testing,
And
outside agency, double check everything.
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue.
You take it? Position and title, duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist one.
So a forensic scientist 1 is the intro you're going to be trained in.
Or as a
casework.
scientist, forensic scientist one.
Forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So there's trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to
I like
physical
her.
match analysis,
I like the
can you
last
explain
trial.
to the jury,
I like
just
this
in general terms at first, how is that analysis?
Also writing down.
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times. And then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general for
am
to do
always
some sort of
down
physical match analysis,
for book
where do you get those items from?
recommendations. Always, always, always. So
Where
if I can't find something,
we have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
I go for what I'm currently.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis, as far as a physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
I mean, before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
A stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand. So it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like
Explosive
defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Explosive.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do,
And how do you do that?
with handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on, I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
So starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how are each of those items packaged when you receive them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times. When you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The questioned items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
Have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Is there any objection, Mr. Lee, to using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you label those specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I documented the overall package because they're all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together, and then cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I
Those
approach?
two are definitely added to my list for sure.
And Your Honor, so the I show Mr. Kennedy all the photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them,
There's
Mr.
no
Mayor?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all for as evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay. Okay.
Next, Blair, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
Do you recognize
Again,
the
what was
photos?
the description
What
associated
flag does she have on her lapel? Can we make it out? I can't make it out. And I think it's a flag that represents like a piece of the LGBTQIA community. And if so, I love that.
with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC 684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and D.
Right, those are cool. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all.
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
All right.
With the remainder, Your Honor. This way, I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-1?
Thank you. You're fine. It's just that. Yes.
Okay. Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
171 A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. The court's commission may publish some of those.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122.
I want to put it back into 1.5.
And Ms.
the
Blair, what's up on
Lally,
the
but
screen,
she speaks very quick.
that is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the taillight from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same items just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the taillight taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905.
The camera's head.
And Ms. Valier,
We'll get
as
back
far
to
as
never
with each of these
mind.
items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We'll get 2 more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
That's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I appreciate those. I'll call up to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and B. And with the court's permission, may I publish those photograph 1921 and then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Photographs, review those.
Of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll want to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931 and then 1934. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lair, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7 dash? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
And you recognize those? And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes,
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag.
they were. I then separated them into 2 separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item black straw recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Gentlemen, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
What are the photographs? What do you recognize that?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm going to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, A and B.
175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952 and 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
If this feels clunky, you probably didn't see this happen in the first trial,
Again, one photo
because
of the
this
bag.
was
and
so
one
much
photo of the
smoother
items
than
outside the
last
bag.
trial.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury.
Judge Canoni wanted him to bring everything up and get her to recognize everything, introduce it all into evidence, and then he can just go through the photos. And he's like, it's easier for me if I do this, because he didn't. This is how we practiced. This is how we
The jury
practiced
what the
it.
description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and
Which is
black,
fine.
recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm just staying off just because he's
Almost
popping back,
Ms. Gilman,
back
again,
and
Ms.
forth.
Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
These
Yeah,
freaking
Brooke,
tail
hang on.
lights, man.
12.
And again, photograph the bag, photograph the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14, glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next
Okay.
exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 177A and 177B.
Indy 500 and
Your Honor, may I
Monaco were
publish?
both so mid. Hopefully,
Gentlemen,
the
if I could have,
Coca-Cola 600
photograph
will be better.
2015
When's the Coca-Cola
and
600?
2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Lear, again, what can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
She says no.
Of the bag, and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll let seek to introduce in the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997 and 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on
Meet
the items. Thank
Victoria.
you. And Ms. Lear, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what
He
is depicted
doesn't
on the
even
screen?
have to smile. They're
A
this
photo I
there
took
on
of
this
item
beautiful
7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
But y'all get on, but y'all get on me about the
recognize those?
books I read,
I do.
and y'all are this
What do you
thirsty
recognize
in the chat.
Photos I took of item 7-14.
Mm-hmm.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And Again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
All you got to do is put your character name out in your head when you're reading the book, and just put Alessi.
May I publish on?
there.
Yes. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012.
Yeah.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item.
Look at that.
And Ms. Lear, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good.
Do you recognize
If
it?
you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Hey, we
Piece of
only look
plastic,
here and there.
3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to introduce the witness. Next exhibit, A and B.
That's what I'm saying. You know, we're all red-blooded.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
I don't know if we're gonna get to Shannon Burgess today,
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077.
but we definitely will tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Again, if
I'm
you could zoom
gonna
just
say
a little
Eastern.
as far as the items are concerned.
Because then we got a West Coaster here.
And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
No more approaching.
16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm also seeking to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
We are streaming tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'm off at 3, and I stream where I work. So
181A and B.
May I publish, Your
see, I
Honor?
think that was a thumb
Ms. Gilman,
snap.
if I could
I
have
cracked my thumb
2036
at the same time they did.
and 2040. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just
And
a
by
little.
thumb, I mean not my
Thank
thumb.
you very much. And Ms. Lear, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this
3
particular
p.m.
photograph.
Eastern Standard.
This is
Time.
item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
That's a fantastic question. Why did they use tiny rulers for giant pieces and this huge 12-inch ruler for that tiny piece? Fantastic question that I have no idea of
Now,
even where to
with
start.
respect
to
to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis,
Not a clue.
again, as far as the process is concerned, with the question items, what are you doing with reference to each of those question items first?
First, I document them, as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all the 7 items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical
Very
match
slow
analysis
part.
within that
Very
item
slow.
alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And Your Honor,
We are going to get into some interesting things here, though. Some interesting things happen with the piecing together of the taillight. But yes, it's the slow and boring. I mean, it's the slow and boring of a trial where it's like, oh my god. Ugh. But we will get to some interesting stuff. I want to put her at 1.5. I'm sorry. I want to put them at 1.5. I have a feeling that they might prefer not to gendered from the flag and stuff. But I don't want to like purposefully misgender someone, but that was not a part of the introduction. So I hope that they are okay with possibly being misgendered on the internet, unfortunately. I'm getting that, and that is all just from an assumption. So my rule is better safe than sorry. I don't mean to offend anyone in that way. Just off the cuff, just for funsies, like that's not me. Plastique, make it sexy.
Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her note as thank you.
Because when they introduced themselves, they said Ash, not Ashley. So that was also another indicator to me that
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F. How are they labeled, and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So
Lily said, so how do you label stuff? And they go, with the label maker, you dummy. The beginning of the answer was funny to me. It's a fair, perfectly acceptable response. But oh my God, that was hilarious. With a label, how do you label the items with a label maker? How do you label
So
your
if any of those items
Lily?
had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that
With
would
your
be something that
cheers.
you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Getting
Yes.
feisty.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
This is
And when
tough
you
because
say-
the way we're going through it is, okay, so you have all of these separate, like you have these bags. There may be one piece, there may be 15 pieces in each individual bag. Let's go through each bag. How many of those pieces within the bag fit together, matched each other? And then he's going to go, okay, so excluding the bags and in totality, how many pieces came together? He's working his way up, and it can be, there's so many numbers. These jurors are not keeping it straight. These jurors are not taking all these notes down. So doing all, it's tough. It has to be done. Laying the foundation is necessary. You can't just say, all right, show me the tail light. You need the foundation. What pieces did you put together from each individual bag? All right, from all of it total, what pieces did you put together? Did you put together the whole tail light? Did you do all of this? What was missing? How many pieces did you have left over? How much space was still left in the tail light? He has to get there, but getting there is the tough part.
Fit together. Is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical
Essentially.
match because there's nothing to match.
For
it's
the
just one
most
piece,
part.
correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item
Yeah,
7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you?
But each bag has items that were found at like the same time that they were looking. Or each bag has, you say there's 2 bags from the same day that they went out there looking for pieces, and they're like, oh, just put all the clear ones over here and put all the red ones in here, like that type of thing. There are a lot of hands, for sure. There are a lot of hands, a lot of eyeballs.
Did you
But
conclude
none of the pieces
in
had
regard
John's
to your
DNA
physical match
on
analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Looked like dirt to me.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13,
analyze
that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly, for this purpose, item 7-16, a piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
I put them
Next,
in the tail.
I compared
Put them all together.
all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally,
As
is this
a
good place
whole.
for a break?
That's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our
Who's
morning
this guy?
break. We'll see that
No.
in 20 minutes. Thanks for letting me
Hi,
take-
Shane. How are ya? Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Can I see counsel for a minute, please?
You're always able to see counsel. Okay, so they do
So,
a
Your Honor, there is a
quad
timing issue,
year.
but there's most importantly a
Or,
substantive
excuse
issue.
me, a
I will not,
motion.
of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really does is
which is
All right.
very
So,
curious up
Ms.
there.
Valier, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, same as last year, last trial, same as last trial. A little bit less nervous than last trial though, just a little bit. But you can still see the tension and the little bit of anxiety there. Testifying is not, it's not comfortable. And everyone sort of experiences that differently. Can we go off topic for a sec? Hit me. Shoot. But yes, I love the green, like the green, what do they call it? Ombre. I'm here for it. We are going to finish up with this. It's tough. Let's see. We're at 3:12. Oh, it's not that much. It's not that much at our speed. And then it'll be what, probably like around 5:30ish. What's the topic? What's off topic? Let's see. I just finished a bottle of Smart Water and it isn't helping yet. I'm not feeling smarter by this testimony, just bored. I guess I need some fun water. That's called liquor. Excuse me. Smart Water. I do enjoy Smart Water. I love a natural spring water. Well, I live in Nova Scotia. I live 5 minutes from where the kids went missing. The kids went missing in Nova Scotia? What kids in Nova Scotia? What are we talking about? I shouldn't have just what? Shane, I need more information. You have piqued my interest. And when it comes to missing kids, what's going on? Google it. Let's play this in the background, shall we?
All right,
As I
Mr. Lally, go
Google.
right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Valier, we talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small.
Okay, I Googled it. Lily, spelt the same way my name is, and Jack Sullivan, aged 6 and 4, were reported missing on the morning of May 2nd from their home on Garlock Road in Lansdowne Station. I hope I pronounced that right, Nova Scotia. If not, please phonetically correct me, which is about 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax. The RCMP has previously said the siblings were believed to have wandered away. They noted that there was no evidence of abduction, so it didn't qualify for an Amber Alert. It didn't qualify for an Amber Alert? Wait a minute. How does it matter how the kids go missing as someone is missing? Children are missing. Amber Alert. Have you seen these kids? Especially if they went wandering. Hello, have you seen them? Whoa. Red flag. A lengthy and wide search with upwards of 160 people ensued that covered 5.5 square kilometers of heavily wooded rural terrain with search dogs, helicopters, and drones. The RCMP said at a news conference on May 7th it had decided to scale back the search, saying the likelihood the children are alive is very low. What is happening? Oh, they're adorable. Oh my God, they're so sweet. Oh, the babies. Okay. Oh, my heart. I can't. I don't have kids. I don't plan on having kids, but there's one thing that will always stay true inside of my soul is we don't hurt kids. We protect children. Um when pressed by Global News a few days later at an unrelated investigation on May 12th, Corporal Guy Tremblay with the RCMP said they had nothing new to add regarding the case of Lily and Jack. I know everyone's affected by it, and investigators continue their hard work, he said on May 12th. Right now, I can't provide any additional details as I don't want to jeopardize the investigation, but as soon as we have an update, we will provide information to the public. What the hell is going on? The following day, on May 13th, police provided an update through a press release where they reiterated their commitment to finding the siblings and said any new information will be released when it becomes available. We continue to work day and night on this file. Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon with Pictou, I might have pronounced that wrong, County RCMP says in the statement on May 13th, like all Nova Scotians, we want answers and we want to know what happened to these children. As well, police said investigators have identified 35 people from formal interviews as part of the investigation. This includes community members and people closest to the children, police added. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, told Global News last weekend he's thankful for the efforts of authorities and volunteers who are searching for Lily and Jack. The past weekend, searchers were back out targeting specific areas around the road where the children's home is located, said RCMP. In a Sunday update, RCMP said 115 volunteers came out on May 18th for the renewed search on the ground and in the air. Oh, it's a long article. This weekend search will be carefully reviewed and assessed by investigators and search managers to help in planning any further ground and air search efforts. The disappearance has sparked rampant speculation on social media, much of it targeting Martel and the children's mother. Martel calls it all nonsense. It will never be enough for people online. Everywhere I go, people stare. That's something I have to live with until the truth makes its way out, and the truth always makes its way out, he said. When asked if he had anything to do with the children's disappearance, he was adamant in his answer. I 100% did not, and I will. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Let me start over. Quote, I 100% did not, and I will hold that to my last day on this planet, he said. Martel told the Canadian press that he had voluntarily attended a 4-hour interview with major crimes investigators. It's been 21 days or 3 weeks since the children were reported missing, and this is from, I believe, 2 days ago. Holy hell. Holy hell. Let me do the descriptions just in case you never know. We may only have a couple of people here, but you never know who is not in chat, who might who might find this helpful. Lily is described as having shoulder length light brown hair with bangs. She might be wearing a pink sweater, pink pants, and pink boots. Jack has short blonde hair and was wearing blue dinosaur boots. That's it. What else was he wearing? The RCMP are asking anyone with information on the siblings' whereabouts to contact them. And that was from globalnews.ca from May 23rd, 8:42 a.m. So about 2 days ago, a little over 2 days ago. This is going to mess me up. I know. I'm so sorry. I should have done a trigger warning, but I just jumped into it too. You talked with them a few days ago. They called the search off. So I talked to you talked to the stepdad. How did the stepdad sound? How did it feel? This is how did it read? How are you doing? If you are right there, how's the town doing? Are they send condolences from New York. I mean, I don't know how to help. But other than keeping an eye on updates, and if there's anything you want me to share, like I said, I'm not a massive channel, but anyone can click on this. And I'm happy to share anything that might help find Lily and Jack. It's extremely heartbreaking. There was a missing child. He shook my hand. He was sweating, and I asked him where his girlfriend was. There was a missing child that over the summertime, and it sparked a lot of questions from that local community. I believe it was down in Alabama, and the child, like, it was the middle of summer, and the child climbed into a barrel that usually has like feed for the animals in it, and twisted the top back onto the barrel and passed away. And there were cameras and no one caught it, and no one was watching, and it was things came out about the family and the continued loss that family had experienced over just like the past 5 years. And then if you pushed back to 10, it was immense. It was multiple people who were lost and passed and had questions, and it's quite unfortunate. When a child goes missing, the community feels it. There was a missing child in my just basically neighboring area, where when it was happening, it was literally the town that I was in. I was dog sitting away, and I don't think I'd ever been as vigilant as I was just driving to work, walking to the gas station, just looking in cars as I walked through a parking lot, just watching, when you heard a kid. I was so vigilant. It was always in the back of my head in those couple of days that it was like, where is she? How? When? Why? It was so immense. It was so powerful. And I saw the community come together, and they said, we will find this child. Luckily, the child was found alive. But yeah, what do we do? What do we do? Like, what do we do just in general? But if there's anything that, that we're able to help with, no, don't be sorry. No, don't be sorry. If there's anything that we can do to help, I can make a note to maybe do an update tomorrow if anything comes up. If there's, maybe I could like put in the description, maybe let me make a note, maybe like a phone number to call or something. If there's, I mean, I don't think a border crossing would be. You chat with Turtle Boy. How's Turtle Boy doing? Want to know what he said? Yes, I do want to know what he said. I would love to know what he said. I'm very interested. I'm going to hit play for the background, but I'm watching the chat.
I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
He has a massive platform. Yeah, with a lot of eyeballs right now.
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
Sure.
2 pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with 2 pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
If I know anything, the Commonwealth has a hard time proving things. So, and that is strictly my own knowledge of Karen Reed, case number 1. I know who the defense will call first. I want you to guess. Michael Proctor.
And what, if any,
Will it be
conclusion
Mike
were you able to
Proctor?
draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those 4 pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Mr. Lear, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11?
So 1 piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with 1 piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those 2 pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
No, I don't know.
And Mr. Lear, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those 3 items?
Okay.
So 2 pieces from item 7-8, 1
Karen,
pieces C and
yourself,
D, 1
Turtle
piece
Boy?
from item 7-9, piece A, and 1 piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit.
Sorry. If you're listening, I'm so sorry. If it's Turtle Boy, I'm gonna freaking scream. They're gonna recall Jen. I would love to see it. I hope so. This is me knocking
So
on
those
wood.
pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
I'd love that.
Lastly, for this section, at some point, did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in item 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
If you're
And
right,
what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match
I
analysis
need you to
between
be back
7-12 and
in the
7-14?
stream when we watch it, so I can.
There was no
virtually
physical
shake
match
your
between
hand.
the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Mr. Lear, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags, as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
Yeah.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined it, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item, passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with
Agreed.
pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list it?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay.
Yes, it's like an ombre green.
So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
Well, Shane, I mean, if you were in Canton, Massachusetts, having a few beers doesn't even constitute drinking. I wasn't drinking. I was just having a few beers. Remember that testimony?
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is there a
Here, I'm showing you
voicemail that
3
can be
additional
heard?
photographs. You recognize
I want to hear it. Where can you hear it? I want to hear it.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces.
Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Okay, chatting. Chat is chatting. I'm about to call Jen McCabe because that will open the door for Brennan to replay voicemail number 8, where we can hear Karen ask her to, can you Google how long to die in the cold? Her hair does look green. Yeah, it's like a green ombre. They will call her and prove she lied. Ooh. We are in the chats. We are allowed to agree to disagree and have conversations, but no fighting. But we can communicate, but no fighting. But communication is key. Voicemail number 8. I'm making a note to go back and listen deep. Voicemail number 8. Voicemail. Well, a voicemail. So who was being called when the voicemail was left? Who's John O'Keefe? I've never heard that. I am more than willing to go listen to something again, which is why I'm here. I want all the information. I want all the truths. No Stray says voicemail number 8. I'll go back. I have some time. There's some day left.
Pieces from all of the other
If
pieces.
that was a voicemail on John's phone left
Your Honor,
by
I'm
Karen
also
Reed.
introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections, Stephen?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
We're concerned about the timing. That's it. But I'll go back and check.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was the words
Ms. Gilman, if I could
used
have
about the Google search. Yes.
photograph 2096. Ms. Gilman,
There's
yes.
some
If you could
day
even
left.
zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Villier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 dash, all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between item 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Villier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown. And on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item just a little. And Ms. Valia, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found in 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Go back and re-listen. And next time I see you in
Thank
chat,
you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
we'll chat and see what I end up
Ms. Valia, lastly, in reference,
for my personal ears.
did you
I'm
also
bad.
receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
My brother was hit by a car. He was a paramedic and firefighter. He had bruises and broken bones and was tragic. If John was hit by a car, he would have had the same. I have a friend, she might be in chat actually, who was also hit by a car, and she didn't have any broken bones. She was hit by a lower driving car, but she was also young. But yeah, no strays. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna listen. You heard me earlier. I want to expand. I want to make sure I continue to expand my little blinders here. I'm not sitting directly on one side. I am willing to go back and listen. And then next time I see you in the next stream or after that, after I have a chance to find it and listen, then I will give you my own personal conclusion from what I hear. After I probably listen to it like on super, super loud. Just because my ears really aren't that great right now. Allergies. There we go with the tiny ruler. Your brother died? I'm so sorry. That's absolutely completely unfortunate. I'm so sorry for your loss. So sorry. That is so tragic.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the.
We've
lights
had
back
lots
on.
of
Thank you very much.
conversations of loss today.
And what did you find contained within
due
that
to
debris
this
from John O'Keefe's
trial?
And so it was
it's not
5
easy
different items.
losing a loved one like that.
So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing.
We empathize.
There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
A little Easter egg, shall we? No strays.
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
My first name?
And
Lily.
once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Janetti?
Thank you very much.
Yanetti, be nice. Yanetti, be nice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
I'd like
just
to
like
first
the
talk
missing little girl,
fairly
exactly spelled like
briefly
her.
about
I know.
your
It,
reconstruction of the.
when I
tail-
saw her name in the article, it threw me for a little bit of a loop. Yeah. My brother was hit by an RV and he had bruising everywhere, no broken bones, but he was young. Yeah, you know, your bones kind of bend a
right,
little
to
more
which
when you're
you've
young.
Testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1.
But-
Am I correct?
Sorry.
And I think that okay. I'm sorry. We're almost done. With this day. And I think the people who have the stories and experiences of loved ones being hit by cars and with a result in all ranges, I think that is something that the jury is also going to recognize. Is that there is no, it's not necessarily a one and done. I would be so far on the other spectrum from angry. You guys I don't even like understand. Like I legitimately like the love today and the kindness and the openness and the ability to have the conversations from all different viewpoints today, I am overwhelmed with I would, if you did, I would stand. I would be much appreciated. That would be, I would not say no. The love is just absolutely flowing today. There are new names in the chat. There are new faces. I still can't get over Shannon, the liar, it's just like the screen name is just like so fucking good. And having the conversations that we've had, and um the hey, look at it this way, hey, look at it this way, and I really am just like honored to be the conduit to some people who may have not met each other on the internet and are having a conversation, even if it's just for today and for these 2 days of court that we watched. You guys are really cool. Y'all are super cool, and I think I want to be a paralegal now. I've wanted to be a paralegal, but I think I'm actually going to go do it now. Oh my gosh, on this channel, yes. Let me just make just go double check. I do be watching Turtle Boy sometimes, but when the trial has started, I do like to stick to like what's happening in the court. Okay, yeah.
Which one?
That's the tail light, this 7-3.1, am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The tail light is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Oh, in this case, it was before. Am I correct?
That's so sweet.
I believe
it really
so.
is really
Were
nice.
you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that tail light, 3-1?
How long were you made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the tail light, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct? Or a piece is.
There was an empty spot on the overall
Wait, Yannetti, shut up for a minute. Ronnie says, can I ask how the new people found us? It's like Chatty Juror made it to the homepage or something. I know, like, did I use like just the right keyword for enough people to sort of be like, who's this person I've never seen before? Click on me. Super cool. Yeah, no, if you want to share how you stumbled upon me, that'd be great. I also know there's a little bit of a lull in court. There was no court on Friday, no court on Monday, so people might be looking for a little bit of court that way, and no one big is live, and it's like, here I am. He just messaged me, he's not home, but we'll accept you when he's home. Thanks. I don't have any like other socials for the Chatty Juror. I just have the YouTube channel. I guess I should maybe start working on that. Maybe like an Instagram and like a TikTok or something. That would cool. Wow, cool. Hey Turtle, if you see this, super cool to meet you. I really liked your interview with the juror after trial number 1. That juror was something else, man. That juror was we gotta finish today, and then maybe we'll chat. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. I know. And like I am just like an emotional person, so like I just don't want anyone to like fight, and I know that can happen, but like that's not my goal when I watch this. I'm just a person. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have any what is it, cash in the game? Is that what it is? But like I just enjoy court. So as long as people aren't like mad at each other, you can be mad at me, I don't care, whatever, you can be mad at me all you want, but as long as people like just don't fight, and then we're good. That's it. That's literally, like, I don't have any rules other than just like don't like call people like gross names, and like that's really it. I think, I mean, I don't know, it's the internet, what am I to do? I can't control anybody, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't control. But also it's my channel. but yeah, no, I'm just here. I just want to watch the trial, and I want to be a little bit of a space of maybe people enjoy on the internet while watching court. And when court's not in session, sometimes we do like body cams,
Or reconstruction, yes.
and we can call people
Were you
names.
ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided
Thank you,
or
Shane, for being so
told
generous.
about any pieces recovered
Mhm.
from One Meadows Ave in
Yeah,
Canton?
definitely.
No.
Y'all made my day.
Were you ever
for
told
sure.
about a collision
that'll
at
be
One
important.
Meadows Ave in Canton?
Ooh, interesting.
In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Thank you, no strays. It's
Within the taillight,
super cool to
I
meet
classified them
y'all.
as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no
Stop
glass
my
as
heart.
part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct, those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now,
When you
your
give people
lab
money, they
received,
answer. That's fair.
clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris label is coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of
I'm
the
gonna
date that it was found.
Okay.
Thank you.
You understand the procedure of
It's
that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled
Oh
the
my
clothing
God,
and or
I'm
examined
fine.
it, correct?
Emotionally, I'm
Before it came
fine.
to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a
That's
fold
cool.
before it got to you,
That's
correct?
so cool.
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
I came
Yes.
across this when I
You never
typed
saw
in
that
live
debris
channels.
inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the
Thank
pieces
you.
of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Thank you, you too.
Yes.
For instance,
For
the orange
limited
T-shirt was given
energy.
or was named item number
But I'm going to be a
7-17,
paralegal.
and the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Um,
I'm also
Yes,
live on
our-
Twitch.
in lab, a chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at
I co-stream on Twitch too, just because I was like, well, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well. I can do it super easy on StreamYard. So if you know anyone who prefers Twitch, I am also live on Twitch as well. I do need someone. I have to reach out to my friend. I need someone to help me with Twitch because it's not a platform that I use ever. I literally watch like one person on Twitch, and that's if I even do it. On Twitch, I usually have like someone else is already logged in, and I just click on it. She's kind of cute. Who, me? Oh my God, thank you. Look, I'm not a supermodel or anything, but I do not think I'm ugly. So let's finish up today, and then we can
at
chat for
your
a little
lab
bit.
is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures,
Don't do
correct?
Twitch. Oh.
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control
No
and
one's
handle the clothing
watching.
before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in
like
which
Twitch.
crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders. Yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence
Writing it
submission form that
down.
says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
I don't use Facebook. They're going to sidebar. Sorry. That's probably so freaking annoying. I don't use Facebook, but I'm gonna make one for Chatty Juror.
Do you
A
have
jury.
that written down?
I don't know that. I don't know
I do.
my own name of my own channel that I made.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Yeah. So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was
Yeah.
seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
I don't want to get carried. I don't want to
What
get
date
carried
was
away.
the clothing
too fast
brought
because
to your lab?
I like this. Side.
March 14th, 2022.
I like
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of
And
course,
these-
you can't speak to the chain of custody.
These questions are not to be like, so where was the stuff in between it was when it was collected to when you got it to her? It's just simply a reminder to the jury. Oh my God, I need to turn that off. It was just simply a reminder to the jury. Here's the date it was collected. Here's the date it reached the lab. There's a difference there. It was not the next day. It was not 2 days later. It was however many weeks later, however many days later. That's just simply a reminder to the jury. It's not to put her on the spot, to make her feel bad, to make her feel anxious. It may have those effects on her personally, but that's not the point of those questions.
Custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited
Hopefully
6
she
weeks
finds
to bring this
confidence to be
clothing to
like,
your lab. Do
yeah,
you?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Kennedy.
Unetti's a pusher. He pushes it. He pushes it.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Kennedy. Move on, please.
One last question. You
Right.
cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything
You're
further,
right.
Mr. Lilly, or you all set?
Sorry, just venting. Venting is fine.
I'm not
You're allowed to vent.
Mr. Lear, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right. You are all set.
Day 16. What? What day? Day 17 is done.
Trap. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with any here or refuse. Right, so we'll see you on. Yeah.
Okay. Short break while the jury exits. So let me just do a little bit of preview. We're a few days behind. So we have 18, 19, and 20 to catch up. 21 will start on Tuesday. Will we get through 3 days tomorrow afternoon? No. No, but I got a job, like I have a job, and when I'm not working, I will be streaming. So day 18 tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be going into day 18, and that is a good day to watch court. A good day to watch court. You know what? It's 5:30. No, I do need to go home. I do need to go home. So day 18, I will do my very, very best to not be too chatty tomorrow afternoon. And I might even start day 18 to play the first 2 witnesses and then hop on stream. I'm thinking that would probably be best. So that 3 p.m. we start with Shannon Burgess. That's going to be a good day to watch court. And then we might be able to start day 19. I don't know. I don't believe so. So we will be a few days behind when Tuesday starts. We will be at least one day like fully behind. But that's okay because it's a lot better than where we started this weekend. Which was many, many days behind. And let's see. So I'll stream tomorrow afternoon and then I'll be back on Friday. Look, we're just going to be behind. It's just how it's just how it is. We're catching up. We're not in a rush. We don't need to be. It's happening now. If it doesn't happen now, it won't be relevant. We're going to watch it. We're going to get through it all. Don't you worry. Because I have to. I started it and I have to finish it. Okay. So yes, but I do also have to go home. It's been about 7.5 hours. I would love to continue to stream, but my butt hurts from sitting in this chair. I have some energy I need to get out. And I need to go finish a book. So with that, also still update. I'm still on pen number 2, still on notepad number 2. Let me get this out of my ear. And then we shall. I'm not giving out my number on the internet. What are you, crazy? I can, let's see. Let me see. Boop, boop, bop, boop, boop. I'm just doing a thing. I'm just looking at a thing. Then you won't know what I find out through Aiden. We can use this email if you want. This is an email address that I give out. We already passed Trooper Garino testimony with the voicemails. Yes, we already passed. That was that was a few days ago. Garino with the testimonies. You can send it. Just send me an email. That's the. Don't be putting your phone number out on the internet like that. That's crazy for both of our safeties. Just an email. That's an L. Starts with an L. Okay, let's talk about what has happened today. What has happened? A lot has happened. So we started the day. How did we start the day? Where were we? We started finishing off with Maureen Hartnett, I believe that was her her name. Hartnett. I think it was with a T. Hartnett. Right, so we finished off with Maureen Hartnett. And what was that about? My brain stopped working. My brain stopped. Oh, the hair, the glass, the hair, the reflection. Lord have mercy. Of course, I can't find my notes when I want. The reflection. That was a big key moment for the defense. Happening, the reflection of the sticker. Whereas there are two spots where glass was found on the car, on the back bumper. In my opinion, no, it was a reflection. In my opinion, it was a reflection because finding glass on the horizontal perpendicular. Wow, I'm an idiot. Perpendicular side of the door is quite odd. So having, the trunk door where let's mime the trunk door goes and it starts here. There was glass here, but also on the bumper. Very odd. The glass would have had to have been like lodged into the door, the car door, the trunk door, if it was there on that side. Or it could have been a scratch or a dent that was being marked on the did I say garage door, the trunk door? Or it could have been a reflection of the mark from the bumper. I called them grill marks. The notation of a piece of glass that needs to be photographed and taken. My brain stopped working. Was a reflection. So there were not two pieces, two things, two marks, two little guys on the back of the car. There was just one. I am landing on reflection. Then we went through a bunch of other things. You guys can watch the stream. You guys can watch the stream. We went through a lot of things. We are moving along. We are getting close to the finishing up of the Commonwealth's case in chief. We have yet to see Michael Proctor on the stand. We have yet to see Brian Higgins on the stand. We have yet to see some folks on the stand that we saw last trial. We are seeing some new people. Will the Commonwealth call Michael Proctor? I saw a thing where Karen Reed thinks that they won't. That's really the question for me right now is calling Michael Proctor good for the Commonwealth or bad for the Commonwealth? And in turn, is not calling Michael Proctor good for the Commonwealth or bad for the Commonwealth? What are the repercussions of not calling Michael Proctor? How is that going to look? How is a jury going to sit there and go, Michael Proctor? We're not going to hear. We heard Jen McCabe a billion gazillion times. Then we got Jen McCabe. We're hearing Michael Proctor. But we're not going to get Proctor? It's up to the jury to make the final decision. But that's like the big question is where is he? What's he up to? What's he doing? What are you up to? Proctor. I have to work on my Boston accent. So that's that. I'm done. I gotta go. It was awesome to meet you all. It's awesome to meet you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for chatting and watching and hanging out and talking and experiencing and questioning and answering and hanging and just, being super cool folks that I Without the internet, we would never have a conversation. Commonwealth will not call him, the defense will. And is that good for the Commonwealth? Like, still sort of existing in the Commonwealth's case in chief. If you were Brennan, if you were Lally, would you call Michael Proctor? Or would you say, let him call him? Last witness is Welcher. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Alrighty. I have to skedaddle. I also really have to go pee. I will see you all tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I might start a little early just to get those 2 witnesses in that show up before Burgess, Shannon with 1 N, Burgess. And then 3 p.m. hits. We're working Burgess, and we're skedaddling 1.5. We're working our way through that. All right, I'm gonna play my intro as my outro, even though I played my intro. No court tomorrow. We're catching up. We're still a few days behind, so there's no court tomorrow. No IRL court tomorrow. Comes back on Tuesday. I'm so tired. I know. I'm a little sleepy too. But we're still in catch up mode, and I'm here for it. Look, I got a day job. You know. I got a day job. Until I get paid for this, then I gotta work. And I'm not you don't want me to be that person who like works all day and then streams for like 4, 5, 6 hours at night. That does not make a nice Lily. No, I need my 8.5 hours of sleep every night, or I'm a beast. All right, I'm gonna play my intro as my outro. Even though I played my intro as my intro, it is still technically both. I don't have to. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.